From Bailey Park in Uniontown, it's time for high school baseball action here on the WMBS YouTube page as our coverage of the 2025 high school baseball season officially gets underway. This afternoon into the evening, it's a doubleheader here at Bailey Park as the Uniontown Red Raiders will take on the Albert Gallatin Colonials. Brian Morozak along with you for Game 1. Carl Childs behind the camera. Tony Hanula and Josh Scully will have the call for you for Game 2 of our doubleheader. Our pregame show is always being brought to you by the Sprouse Insurance Group and insurance agent David Hughes. They'll get you ready for the game. They're located at 217 West Main Street in Uniontown. Phone 724-437-9812 for the Sprouse Insurance Group. Uniontown enters 1-3 overall, 0-2 in Section 2 4A play. Dennis Martin in his first year as Uniontown's head coach, taking over for longtime Uniontown coach Kenny Musco. Albert Gallatin 0-3 overall, 0-2 in the conference. Nick Groover, the head coach of the Albert Gallatin Colonials. As we said, the first game of a doubleheader here at Bailey Park. These two schools were scheduled to play here at Bailey on Monday and are also scheduled to play at Albert Gallatin on Tuesday. Both of those games are washed out, so we'll try for two here at Bailey today. And right now the weather forecast looks good. Most of the rain actually up to our north. Game time temperature around 60 degrees. Did have some wind gusts earlier, around 25 to 30 miles an hour. The winds have died down for now. Both of these schools are young, and they were swept in their opening series of the year. Uniontown lost games of 12-0 and 11-2 against Bell Vernon. Albert Gallatin lost 2 to West Mifflin by scores of 6-0 and 9-3. Uniontown coming off of their third straight year where they're in the WPIAL playoffs. And in both 2023 and 2024, they lost in the first round to Montour. They have not won a playoff game since 1983. Pitching matchup this afternoon for Game 1, Ethan White on the mound for the Uniontown Red Raiders. Jason Myers will pitch for the Albert Gallatin Colonials. Let's take a look at our lineups. They're being brought to you by First Federal Savings and Loan Association of Greene County. Albert Gallatin's the lead off here in the top half of the first inning. By the way, they will be the home team for Game 2, even though the game's being played here at Bailey Park, but they're the away team for Game 1, and they'll have Matt Malinsky leading things off. Malinsky playing shortstop. Batting second in right field, number 13, Luke Wilson. Batting third and playing first base, number 21, Gino Valenti. In the cleanup spot and pitching, number 23, Jason Myers. Batting fifth and playing third base, number 24, Kenyon Sutton. Batting sixth and in center field, number 1, Evan Weekland. Batting seventh and catching, number 7, Ben Lilly. Batting eighth in left field, number 19, Easton Price. And batting ninth and playing second base, number 5, Clay Smith. Defensively for Uniontown, they'll have Lane Smiley out in left, Braden Hinsey in center, and Adam Kramer in right. Around the horn, Caleb Bartok playing third, Elam Martin playing short. Shane Kelly's the second baseman, Luke Gresh playing first, and Connor Hebda is catching. Pitching is Ethan White, just a second appearance of the season, a 7.00 ERA. Has worked 4 innings, given up 4 hits, 4 runs, all of them earned, and has walked 3 and struck out 3 so far this season. White has yet to factor into any decisions for the Uniontown Red Raiders. Players lining up now for the national anthem, and we'll break for that and be back with the first pitch this afternoon. The Uniontown Red Raiders and the Albert Gallatin Colonials from Bailey Park in Uniontown on the C. Harper Auto Group High School Sports Day. While we wait the national anthem, we'll tell you about some of our sponsors, including Beagley Tree Service. For 20 years, Beagley Tree of Somerset has been providing premier land management services across the region, offering a wide variety of services, including vegetation control, right-of-way restoration, land clearing, building demolition, erosion and sediment control, access road installation, and more. Beagley Tree can do it all. For more information, visit BeagleyTree.com. That's BeagleyTree.com, or call them today at 814-444-TREE. That's 814-444-TREE. Beagley Tree, construction support services done right. You can spring forward to home construction season with First Federal Savings and Loan Association of Greene County. First Federal's construction and improvement loans put you in charge of your dream home project with all the tools you need. First Federal offers construction loans, owner-builder loans, and home improvement loans with offices in Fayette, Greene, and Washington counties. Your loan stays here. Visit with a First Federal loan officer today or apply online at firstfederalofgreene.com. First Federal Savings and Loan Association of Greene County, member FDIC, equal housing lender, NMLS number 458729. And also the C. Harper Auto Group. Experience the C. Harper Auto Group difference, the best price every time, all the time. C. Harper will beat any competitor's price, so they'll pay you $1,000 cash. C. Harper can offer free Carfax history reports, transparent repair orders on pre-owned vehicles, and the winner of the best new auto dealership in Westmoreland County. The C. Harper Auto Group, the best price every time, all the time. Now we'll pause for our national anthem. Brian Mrozek and Carl Childs back here at Bailey Park in Uniontown, just about set to go. The Albert Gallatin Colonials and the Uniontown Red Raiders, the start of our high school baseball coverage here on our WMBS digital platforms. We'll have some games on the radio as well throughout the course of the season, but our doubleheader here today exclusively on the WMBS YouTube page. We appreciate you taking the time to join us. Again, Brian Mrozek, Carl Childs behind the camera, Josh Scully, and Tony Hanula will have coverage of Game 2 for you here from Bailey Park later on tonight. Uniontown in the home whites with maroon numbers. Again, they're in the field to get this game started. The Albert Gallatin Colonials in the away blacks with white numbers and gray pants. And again, they're batting here in the top half of the first inning. Crosstown tonight over at Mustang Field. The Laurel Highlands Mustangs hosting the Elizabeth Forward Warriors. That game scheduled to get underway in just a couple of minutes as well this afternoon. Laurel Highlands trying to bounce back after a one-run loss yesterday on the road at Elizabeth Forward. The Mustangs playing their opening conference game of the season yesterday against the Warriors, and we'll have Laurel Highlands in action for you on Monday against the Bell Vernon Leopards. In fact, our next C. Harper Auto Group High School Sports Day and Night is coming up on Monday. Not only coverage of the game between Laurel Highlands and Bell Vernon, we'll also have Uniontown in action here at 7 o'clock at Bailey Park, taking on West Mifflin next Monday. As Ethan White finishes up his last couple of warm-up tosses into the catcher Connor Hebda, and Matt Malinsky will lead things off here for the Albert Gallatin Colonials in the top half of the first inning. Malinsky, the Albert Gallatin shortstop, batting .200 with an RBI so far this season. The Colonials dugout off to our right. Uniontown dugout here on the near side. They have a new scoreboard up, but still not operational as of yet out there in right field. It'll certainly be nice when they can get that going. In fact, we're being told that hopefully we'll have some electricity installed here at Bailey Park coming up on Friday, and we'll be able to have some actual power for you in the booth starting next Monday. I have to thank Mayor Bill Gerke and everybody that made that possible as well. So we're set to go. Malinsky in the box, batting from the right side. First pitch from Ethan White. On the way, a fastball missing low for ball one. So 1-0 from White to Malinsky. Again, Uniontown swept in their opening series against Bell Vernon. Albert Gallatin lost 2 straight against West Mifflin. And now the 1-0 on the way. And that pitch called a strike to even things up at 1-1. White to Malinsky. Now White's going to step off here. Mentioned Uniontown's been in the playoffs 3 straight years. Haven't won a playoff game since 1983. 1-1 pitch on the way, fouled back, so now 1-2. White to Malinsky. As actually see the sun poking out, certainly a good sign after we've had cloudy skies throughout most of the day so far. Now the 1-2 on the way. White to Malinsky, just underway, top half of the first inning. Uniontown and Albert Gallatin. 1-2 pitch, line drive going to second. Fielded there by Shane Kelly. Throw over to first in time to Luke Gresh to retire Matt Malinsky 4-3 for the first out of this top half of the first inning. And that'll bring up Luke Wilson, the Albert Gallatin right fielder. Wilson's gotten off to a nice start this season. A .455 average and 5 RBIs already for Luke Wilson. So Wilson coming to bat with 1 out, nobody on, in a scoreless game here in the top half of the first inning. Again, for you folks new to the high school game, they play 7 innings, not 9 like you'll see on the professional side. First pitch here, high and inside to Luke Wilson. So the count 1-0. He mentioned for Ethan White, just his second appearance on the mound this season for the Uniontown Red Raiders in a regulation game. 1-0 pitch now on the way. That one missing inside. Now 2-0 from White to Wilson. And for Albert Gallatin, talked about Uniontown making the playoffs in 3 straight years. The last time Albert Gallatin in the postseason, to go all the way back to 2004. 2-0 pitch, called a strike. Now 2-1. White to Wilson. Albert Gallatin last year 4-15 overall, went 3-7 in conference play. They did split the season series, though, with Uniontown. They actually won here at Bailey Park a season ago. 2-1 pitch finds the strike zone, even things up at 2-2. And last year, certainly a much improved season for the Colonials after they went 0-17 and 0-10 in conference play back in 2023. Now the 2-2 pitch from White to Wilson on the way. Wilson swinging ground ball to third. Caleb Bartok there. Long throw over first. It's high, but getting back down on the bag. Great job there, Luke Gresh, to beat Wilson to the bag for the second out of the inning. So it goes 5-3. But certainly props to Gresh for making that play happen. And 2 outs now in the top half of the first inning with a lefty Gino Valenti coming to bat. Valenti, like Wilson, a hot bat to start the season, batting .500 with an RBI on the Colonial side. First pitch now to Valenti. Just off the plate, count 1-0. Wind blowing right to left right now. It's picked back up a little bit, about 10 to 15 miles an hour. And they do got the scoreboard going. It's great to see as well. And there's a line drive that'll get through on the left side. Into left field, Lane Smiley is there with a relay in. But it's a 2-out single to left for Gino Valenti. And Albert Gallatin in business here in a scoreless game in the top half of the first inning now with 2 outs. And Jason Myers, the pitcher, hitting from the cleanup spot. Myers batting .222 with 2 RBIs so far this season for Albert Gallatin. And now White working from the stretch position. Glance over the shoulder at first. First pitch misses high to Jason Myers as the count at 1-0. We'll see how aggressive Valenti gets here on the base paths. You'd have to think he might consider running, just due to the fact he got 2 outs already here in the inning. 1-0 pitch, foul tipped there by Myers to even up the count at 1-1. It's certainly great to see that scoreboard operational out there in right field. And again, the folks here in the city of Uniontown, led by Mayor Bill Gerke, along with the Uniontown baseball program, have done a nice job to make that possible and really have continued to make this field shine here at Bailey Park as well. 1-1 pitch missed low. Now 2-1 from White to Myers. With Valenti on first and 2 outs. Here in the top of the first inning. Quick check of Valenti over at first. Head first slide back safely there. Now, Carl was checking for me earlier. The Pirates were actually up over the Rays in the 9th inning. Didn't get to see if they were able to hang on for that one. And now this one popped up in the deep infield. It'll be the shortstop coming over. That's Elam Martin to make the catch for the third out of the innings. Albert Gallatin strands Gino Valenti. It'll move to the bottom half of the first inning. Scoreless between Uniontown and Albert Gallatin here on the C. Harper Auto Group High School Sports Night. Spring and home improvement season is here. Planning a home improvement project with your tax refund. Home Warehouse, once again voted best in Fayette for windows and home improvements, is the place to go for all of your exterior needs. They know how to make your house happy with a beautiful new siding, shutters, soffit and fascia, railings, plus windows, doors, and storm doors. You can shop Home Warehouse, Connellsville Street in Uniontown, Monday through Friday, 8 to 4:30, Saturday, 8 to 12 noon, closed Sundays and holidays. Henry and Stewart Audiology, voted best in Fayette Hearing Center and Audiologists, with offices at Cherry Tree Lane in Uniontown, 201 North Pittsburgh Street in Connellsville, and South Market Street in Connellsville, a proud supporter of Uniontown High School baseball. And also have to thank our friends over at the Sprouse Insurance Group. Bad hair day, bad day at the office, bad day behind the wheel. Hey, stuff happens even to the best of us. At least your car insurance rate doesn't have to take a hit. Get Erie Rate Lock from Erie Insurance. It stays put until you change your car, driver, your address, plus seriously good service. And that's something to smile about. Of course, your local Erie agent, Uniontown and Ross Draver Township, is the Sprouse Insurance Group. Give them a call at 724-437-9812 or go to SprouseInsurance.com. Erie Rate Lock is not guaranteed continued insurance coverage and not available in all states. So moving now to the bottom half of the first inning. Albert Gallatin stranding a runner in the top half of the first inning, and now Uniontown coming to bat, and we'll see if the Red Raiders can do some damage. We'll take a look at Uniontown's lineup as well. Again, I'm Brian Morozak, Carl Childs behind the camera. I'm flying solo here for Game 1. Tony Hanula and Josh Scully will have Game 2 for you. So Uniontown will have Lane Smiley leading things off. He's in left field. Braden Hinsey batting second. Batting third, Luke Gresh. He's playing first base. Gary Smitley, the designated hitter, the senior, in the cleanup spot. Caleb Bartok batting fifth. He's playing third base. Shane Kelly playing second base, batting sixth. Elam Martin, the shortstop, batting seventh. Ethan White pitching and batting eighth. And Adam Kramer in right field, batting ninth for Uniontown. Defensively for Albert Gallatin, they have Easton Price in left, Evan Weekland in center, Luke Wilson in right. Around the horn, Canyon Sutton playing third, Matt Malinsky playing short. Clay Smith, the second baseman, Gino Valenti playing first, Ben Lilly catching, and Jason Myers pitching. And Myers with a first pitch on the way, a called strike there to Lane Smiley. So far this season for Myers, this is his second appearance. Has not factored in any decisions, has worked 8 innings, given up 10 hits, 6 runs, 5 of them earned, walked 6, and struck out 3. And this one popped up high in the air down the first base line by Smiley, and running and getting there is Luke Wilson out in right field for the first out of the inning. So Smiley retired. Smiley came into the game 0 for 6 with a run scored, but the sophomore coming up empty there. And now batting second for Uniontown is Braden Hinsey. Hinsey, the sophomore center fielder, 0 for 4 so far this season. Batting here from the right side. First pitch from Myers. First pitch swinging. Ground ball to short, gets through and past Matt Malinsky. I think you have to rule that an E6. That's one Malinsky should have been able to scoop up. But Uniontown with the base runner and 1 out in a scoreless game here in the bottom half of the first inning. Now batting third for Uniontown is Luke Gresh. Gresh, the junior first baseman, 0 for 5 so far this season. And, of course, all the stats we're passing along were school supplied on the Uniontown Max Prep page. So if there's any stats that are incorrect, don't get mad at me. And here's Gresh in the batter's box. First pitch to Gresh, fouled off into the netting, 0-1. We'll see if Uniontown can make a little hay here, with Hinsey having good speed over at first base. Myers back on the mound. Little glance over the shoulder at Hinsey. Now the 0-1 pitch to Luke Gresh, and Gresh hits it on the ground there to second. Could be 2. Throw for 1, but back over to first, not in time. It was Clay Smith that made the play with a little flip to Malinsky. They couldn't get it over to Valenti in time to get the third out of the inning. This goes as the fielder's choice, 4-6 on the ground out to retire the lead runner, Hinsey. And now 2 outs here in the inning with Gary Smitley coming to bat here from the cleanup spot. The senior designated hitter batting .200 so far this season with an RBI. 1 for 5, and we saw last year Smitley with a lot of pop in his bat. Could certainly send it yard at any time. First pitch to Smitley, first pitch swinging here. High fly ball into left, charging and getting. Barely able to hang on there was Easton Price, but he's able to make the catch for the third out of the inning. So we've played an inning here at Bailey Park in Uniontown. Albert Gallatin in Uniontown scoreless so far here on the C. Harper Auto Group High School Sports Day. We'll tell you more about some of our fine sponsors, including Davis & Davis, attorneys at law since 1976. Davis & Davis has represented people, not insurance companies. Their lawyers have experience in litigating or settling personal injury claims, medical malpractice cases, and wrongful death actions, together with domestic, real estate, workers' compensation, and municipal law experience. Throughout decades of work, Davis & Davis has successfully represented thousands of cases in local, state, and federal courts. For more information on how Davis & Davis can help you, phone 724-437-2799. The UPMC Rehabilitation Institute on Wayland Smith Drive offers cutting-edge physical therapy. Uniontown grad Jim Burns and his staff are residents of the community. They treat sports injuries, neurological conditions, back pain, sprains and strains, joint replacements, hand injuries, and other conditions. You can call their office with a prescription from your doctor or schedule by direct access, 724-437-7500. In a world of big corporations and interpersonal experiences, there is something truly special about family-owned businesses. For over 70 years, the Mike Kelly Automotive family has been serving the community with integrity, honesty, and a commitment to putting families first, and they're not stopping anytime soon. Their commitment to excellence in sales and service remains stronger than ever. You can visit the Mike Kelly Automotive Group today and experience the Mike Kelly difference, because when you buy from the Mike Kelly Automotive Group, you buy from family. So moving now to the top half of the second inning, the Uniontown Red Raiders and the Albert Gallatin Colonials scoreless so far here from Bailey Park. Again, I'm Brian Morozak alongside Carl Childs here for Game 1. Tony Hanula and Josh Scully will have Game 2 for you later on tonight. That game will start about 15 or 20 minutes after Game 1 wraps up. And leading off the top of the second there for the Albert Gallatin Colonials with one set right back of the Uniontown pitcher Ethan White was Kenyon Sutton. And Sutton retired as White makes the little jog over to the first baseman Luke Gresh to record the out. So just like that, one retired here in the top of the second inning for Albert Gallatin. And Sutton had come into this game batting .286 with an RBI. Now Evan Weekland, the Albert Gallatin center fielder at the plate, showing bunt here with nobody on and fouling it off. Weekland came into this game with an .091 average, still looking for his first RBI of the season, behind here 0-1 against Ethan White. White long look in there to Connor Hebden. Didn't like the first sign. Now set to go with the second 0-1 pitch here. And swinging this time is Weekland. Sending this one into left field, and charging and getting there is Lane Smiley for the second out of the inning. So 2 quick outs here in the top half of the second inning. This game still scoreless. Albert Gallatin and Uniontown with Ben Lilly coming to bat for Lilly. This will be his first plate appearance of the season, the Albert Gallatin catcher. Batting from the right side here against Ethan White. White's first pitch to Lilly. Catches the inside corner for a strike, 0-1. Both of these schools looking for a solid day here today as Lilly gets hit with that pitch from Ethan White. So Lilly reaching base safely. Second base runner of the game for the Albert Gallatin Colonials. They had Gino Valenti on with a single to left field back in the first inning. Now a little discussion here between Hebda and White. And they get a courtesy runner over there as well for the catcher to Lilly. They might have. We'll try to check that for you as well. And now at the plate, Easton Price. Price batting .333, has driven in a run so far this season for Albert Gallatin, the Colonials' left fielder. A little courtesy throw over to first. The runner getting back safely. Now the Red Raiders set to go here with White. It'll glance back over at first. Now make a throw in that direction. Again, a little wide of the bag. And we did have a courtesy runner come in there. It's Colton Harvey. So Colton Harvey running for the catcher, Ben Lilly. Pitch on the way there inside now to Easton Price. Count 1-0. This is actually the first delivery from White to Price. And we have a runner on first, the courtesy runner Harvey, 2 outs. In the top of the second inning, scoreless game. That one missed high and inside. Throw back down to first. Head first slide back safely there from Harvey. Last pitch missed, so it's 2-0 now. From White to Price. The 2-0 pitch on the way. And another pitch missing. 3-0 now. From Ethan White to Easton Price. You have Clay Smith, who has just one plate appearance so far this season, due up next. And another check there of the courtesy runner Harvey, who's back safely once again. 3-0 now. White's pitch on the way, high and inside for ball 4, so a 4-pitch walk to Easton Price, giving Albert Gallatin 2 on with 2 outs in a scoreless game here in the top of the second inning. R.C. Harper Honor Group High School Sports Day here on the WMBS YouTube page. Albert Gallatin trying to strike first here with 2 on. Now they'll step back and check the runner over at second. White set to go. First pitch on the way, a called strike to Clay Smith. Clay, just one plate appearance, 1 at-bat, and 1 hit so far this season. He's 1 for 1. Behind here, 0-1. The 0-1 pitch on the way, swing and a miss, strike 2. Now 2 strikes on Clay Smith, batting from the number 9 position. Now White looking for his first strikeout of the afternoon and his 4th strikeout of the season. 0-2 pitch on the way, swing and a miss, strike 3. So Smith goes down for the 3rd out of the inning. So Albert Gallatin stranding 2. They've stranded 3 so far in this game. Move to the bottom of the second inning, still scoreless. Uniontown and Albert Gallatin here on the CR Prada Group High School Sports Day. Busy day, feeling unwell, don't feel like driving, but you need your prescriptions? No worries. Farmana Pharmacy delivers to your home or workplace for free. Stay comfy at home or focused at work. Farmana Pharmacy delivers Monday through Friday, so you don't have to worry about picking up your prescriptions. It's fast, easy, and hassle-free. Phone 724-626-9600 or visit farmanapharmacy.com. Farmana Pharmacy, prescription care and convenience delivered. Do you have a job around the house and you aren't sure how to tackle it? Then it's time to call Fulham's Full Service, your Best in Fayette gold medal winner for professional maintenance and handyman service. Fully licensed and insured, owner Cody Fulham does it all. From home renovations and repairs to landscaping and auto detailing, he is ready to help you. Call Fulham's today at 724-466-4194. Follow them on Facebook to learn more about their projects and the work that they can do for you. That's Fulham's Full Service. Zen's Antiques and Home Decor, part of the Cinder Shack family of vendors. You can find both antique and new furniture, collectibles, houseware, gift items, including jewelry, candles, and so much more. You can follow Zen's Antiques and Home Decor on Facebook, or you can find them at Building 2 at 3391 National Pike in Farmington. Zen's Antiques and Home Decor, a part of the Cinder Shack family of vendors. So set to go now, the bottom of the second inning. First pitch for Uniontown fouled off by Caleb Bartok. And he's behind 0-1. Facing Jason Myers. A 1 pitch on the way. And that one just missed, so we're even at 1-1. Moving right along here at Bailey Park on a Wednesday afternoon. Called strike there, 1-2 now. From Myers to Bartok. It's Bartok, Kelly, and Martin due up for Uniontown here in the bottom of the second inning. And that one fouled off by Bartok. Bartok, sophomore third baseman for Uniontown. Looking for his first hit of the season, came in 0 for 4. Uniontown one base runner back in the bottom of the first inning. A check swing there, and that's going to be a called strike 3 as Caleb Bartok goes down. And for Jason Myers, that's his 4th strikeout of the season to go against 6 walks. But he's looked sharp so far this afternoon. And now Shane Kelly coming to bat here for Uniontown. Kelly, the Red Raiders junior second baseman, batting .333. 2 for 6 so far this season. First pitch here to Kelly, popped up in foul territory. And over the fence and out of play. Fans bundled up pretty good with the wind kicking back up here at Bailey Park. Hoping that wind doesn't blow the windows back closed there in front of us. That pitch missing low and in the dirt there from Myers to Kelly. Count now even at 1-1. 1 out, scoreless game, bottom of the second inning. Uniontown and Albert Gallatin high school baseball here on the WMBS YouTube page. See Harper Auto Group High School Sports Day. 1-1 pitch, breaking ball, swing and a miss. 1-2 now from Myers to Kelly. Certainly a new look Uniontown team. Kenny Musco gone as the Red Raiders skipper. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So back-to-back strikeouts for Myers here in the bottom of the second inning. Dennis Martin, the new Uniontown head coach. Martin had served as an assistant under Kenny Musco in the past. Eagle Martin now at the plate. Martin, the sophomore shortstop, 0 for 6 at the plate so far this season. Game still scoreless, 2 outs, bottom of the second. First pitch here to Martin. Check swing. They said he went around 0-1. And game 2 will start about 15 to 20 minutes after game 1 ends. It won't be the traditional 7 o'clock start. If they get done early here, they'll start the second game early. Grounder there to shortstop, and a solid play there made by Matt Malinsky over to Gino Valenti for the 3rd out of the inning. So Uniontown retired 1-2-3 in the bottom of the second inning. We'll go to the top of the 3rd, still scoreless. Uniontown and Albert Gallatin. See Harper Auto Group High School Sports Day here on WMBS, the Triple M High School Sports Network, and the WMBS YouTube page here this afternoon. For 20 years, Beagley Tree of Somerset has been providing premier land management services across the region, offering a wide array of services, including vegetation control, right-of-way restoration, land clearing, building demolition, erosion and sediment control, access road installation, and more. Beagley can do it all. For more information, visit BeagleyTree.com. That's BeagleyTree.com. or call them today at 814-444-TREE. Beagley Tree Construction Support Services done right. Spring forward to home construction season with First Federal Savings and Loan Association of Greene County. First Federal's construction and improvement loans put you in charge of your dream home project with all the tools you need. First Federal offers construction loans, owner-builder loans, home improvement loans, and with offices in Fayette, Greene, and Washington counties, your loan stays here. Visit with a First Federal loan officer today or apply online at firstfederalofgreene.com. First Federal Savings and Loan Association of Greene County, member FDIC, equal housing lender, NMLS number 458729. Ready to head to the top half of the third inning. The Uniontown Red Raiders and the Albert Gallatin Colonials scoreless so far here at Bailey Park. Albert Gallatin will have the top of the order due up. Matt Malinsky, Luke Wilson, and Gino Valenti for this top half of the third inning. Malinsky grounded out 4-3 first time up. Came into the game with a 200 average. First pitch to him here, a little bit inside. He was able to get out of the way of that pitch from Ethan White. And they count at 1-0. Three base runners for the Colonials so far. Valenti with a single in the first. Lilly hit by a pitch in the second, and Easton Price also walked in the second inning. Next pitch on the way, high and inside. A couple of balls now on Matt Malinsky. Scoreboard says 3-0. I only have it at 2-0 unless I missed a pitch along the way trying to do some sponsor reads. That pitch high and inside, so I didn't miss a pitch. So 4 straight balls and a walk issued there to Malinsky. And he's on base here in the top half of the third inning. And that'll bring up Luke Wilson. Wilson grounded out 5-3 back in the first. And Brian Morozak with Carl Childs, Josh Scully, and Tony Hanilla will have game 2 for you here this afternoon and in the evening hours. First pitch now to Wilson. In for a strike, 0-1. Wilson again came into the game with a .455 average and 5 RBIs. Right fielder for Albert Gallatin. 0-1 pitch on the way. That one misses low. Got away from Connor Hebda. And that's going to allow Malinsky not only go to first, but he's going to head down to third and slide in safely. So Matt Malinsky, off a ball that got past the catcher, Connor Hebda, able to advance down to third, and Albert Gallatin in business now with nobody else. Here in the top half of the third inning, looking for the game's first run. Next pitch on the way, hit on the ground there to third, scooped up by Caleb Bartok. Throw over to first, and making the tag there is Luke Gresh. But Luke Wilson will pick up his 6th RBI of the season as Matt Malinsky will score the game's first run. And Albert Gallatin taking a 1-0 lead here over Uniontown. First pitch from White now to Gino Valenti. Misses for ball 1. Next pitch, a strike as well. Actually, a strike after the first pitch, missed for a ball. So we're even at 1-1. We're trying to tackle a number of jobs up here. Sponsor reads, updating the scoreboard. So if we missed something, we apologize. That one well off the plate there to Valenti. And Valenti had a single to left field back in the first inning. 500 average, RBI. 1 RBI so far this season for Valenti, the Albert Gallatin first baseman. Count now 2-1. 1 out, and the Colonials leading the Red Raiders 1-0. That pitch from White missing to make it 3-1. Base is empty. Again, Malinsky got down to third on a pass ball. Luke Wilson drove him in on a ground out. And now Valenti walking. You have 1 out here in the inning. Valenti on first with Jason Myers coming to the plate. Myers grounded out to end the first inning for Albert Gallatin. A swing and miss at the first pitch here from Ethan White. Long look in from White. Generous lead off first. That pitch misses high and inside. Count now 2-0. From White to Myers. White another glance over at Valenti over at first. See if he runs. Next pitch on the way, called strike. Count moves to 1-2. Again, Uniontown back in action coming up on Monday. Open up a series here at home against West Mifflin. And then travel to West Mifflin on Tuesday. Laurel Highlands will host Bell Vernon Monday at 4. The Uniontown game at 7. Both games on the WMBS YouTube page. Gary Frankhauser will join me for the Laurel Highlands game. Josh and Tony will have Uniontown and West Mifflin for you. Count now 1-2. Next pitch from White to Myers, fouled off. The count remains 1-2. And Carl was telling me earlier his first visit to Bailey Park in quite some time and was really impressed with all the renovations they've made down here over the last couple of years. 1-2 pitch on the way, another one fouled off into the netting. The count remains 1-2. You have 7 teams in the conference these two schools play in this year, Section 2 and 4A. Bell Vernon, West Mifflin, Elizabeth Forward, Ringgold, Laurel Highlands, Uniontown, and Albert Gallatin. 4 of the 7 will advance to the WPIAL playoffs. Another pitch missed there from White inside. So just one out here in the inning. Counts 2-2 now. From White to Myers with Valenti on first and a run already across here in the top half of the third. Wind continuing to gust. 2-2 pitch on the way. High and inside takes us to 3-2. First 2 innings really flew by, but things have really slowed down here in the third inning. Now the payoff pitch from White to Myers on the way, and that pitch inside. No, they did call that. Yeah, they did call it inside for ball 4. They made the throw down to second. Didn't have to make the throw down. It was ball 4. So back-to-back walks issued there by White. In fact, White's now walked 3 here in the inning. And Albert Gallatin runners on first and second, and now a visit being paid to the mound here. Uniontown coached by Dennis Martin. His 2 assistants, Cole Shear and Hunter Smiley. We got another courtesy runner here for the Colonials for the pitcher Myers. It'll be number 3, Caden Perez. So Caden Perez, the courtesy runner. Albert Gallatin, a run already across here in the top of the third, looking for more. Only out recorded was Luke Wilson. Actually picked up an RBI on the ground ball out, so still a productive at-bat. Because everybody that's been up for Albert Gallatin here in the top of the third has had solid at-bats. And now Kenyon Sutton at the plate. Sutton took the first pitch for ball 1. Next one misses in the dirt as well, so it's 2-0 now. From White to Sutton. Now Connor Hebdick coming out to have a little chat here with Ethan White. Uniontown trying to stop Not really a lot of bleeding, maybe just a small cut here in the third inning. Albert Gallatin a run across. We're trying to look for more. Another pitch missing there from White. Again, he's walked back-to-back batters. Count now 3-0 here against Sutton. You wonder how long of a leash they'll have on him right now. 3-0 pitch on the way. Is in there for a strike to make it 3-1. A 3-1 on the way, fouled off. So 3-2. So good job by White to work his way back into this count. And Albert Gallatin leading it 1-0, top half of the third inning. The 3-2 pitch now on the way. Ground ball here on the left side, and it gets through. Stopping at third will be Valenti. And you'll have the bases loaded for Albert Gallatin with one out. You've had 3 straight Colonials now reach base safely. It'll be the second visit to the mound here in this half innings. That means a pitching change here for Uniontown. So the Red Raiders trotting out a new pitcher. We'll see if there's any defensive changes as well. And the new Uniontown pitcher will be Chandler Myers. So Chandler Myers pitching now in relief of Ethan White, entering the game with the bases loaded and one out here in the top of the third with Uniontown down 1-0. See if we have any pitching stats so far this season here on White. Or check that on Myers, who comes in for White. And Myers so far this season will be his third appearance. Has not factored in any decisions. Has a 4.38 ERA. Has worked 8 innings, given up 10 hits, 6 runs, 5 of them earned. I just want to verify some of these stats. And actually, no, this might be the first appearance of the season here for Myers. I was looking over on the AG side. Of course, their starter, Jason Myers. Of course, this is Chandler Myers pitching here for Uniontown. We don't see anything here for Chandler. It's been his first game on the mound so far this season, according to the stats that I have in front of me. Certainly coming in here in a tough spot. With the bases loaded and one out, and his team already down 1-0. Of course, earlier on in the season, like this game is being played today, sometimes you'll see some shorter leashes on the pitchers and limiting the pitch counts as well. Usually as we start to progress a little bit deeper into the season into mid-April, you'll see more of the pitchers go up against their 100 pitch count limits per game. Especially if they're being effective. So now Chandler Myers facing Evan Weekland. Weekland flew out to left field and Lane Smiley first time up. Ahead here 1-0. Now the 1-0 pitch. Called strike there on the outside corner to even up the count at 1-1. Myers working quickly. That one high and inside. Hopped away there from Connor Hebda. But no movement on the base paths. Of course, you have a little cushion for Albert Gallatin with still only one out here in the inning. And counting out 2-1 after that miss. Chandler Myers back on the mound. Evan Weekland at the plate. Bases loaded for Albert Gallatin, already up 1-0. That pitch, another called strike off the 2-1, so now 2-2. Two from Chandler Myers, swing and a miss, strike 3. So Chandler Myers coming into the game, effective, getting Evan Weekland to strikeouts for the second out of the inning. And through the first 2 innings, Albert Gallatin had stranded 3 base runners. They have 3 on here with the bases loaded, and now Ben Lilly at the plate. First pitch swinging, fouls it off down the third baseline. So the count at 0-1. So Myers trying to get Uniontown out of a big-time jam. We're in the top of the third. Red Raiders down by a score of 1-0. 0-1 pitch on the way, and this ball, a ground ball to short, diving stop there deep in the hole. Martin throw over to first, not in time. That was a tough one for Martin to try to dig out. We'll give Lilly an infield single and an RBI. Run scored for Valenti, increasing the Albert Gallatin lead now to 2-0 over Uniontown. And we're still here in the top half of the third inning. And now you'll have Easton Price at the plate for Albert Gallatin. Price, the 8th Colonial to hit here in this half inning. And he'll take the first pitch for a strike, 0-1. Really can't blame Myers at all for the last infield single. Got the ground ball there from Lilly. Just in a tough spot there for Elam Martin to make a play on it. Allowing Valenti to score and Lilly to get the infield single. Lilly's been on base twice now in this game. Was hit by a pitch last time up. And that pitch a called strike there from Chandler Myers to Easton Price. Count now 0-2. Price came into the game with a .333 average and an RBI. Walked back in the second inning. Swing and a miss there. The ball was dropped by the catcher. Hebdo makes the tag on the batter Price. So goes in the books as a strikeout to end the inning. So the Colonials get 2. They strand 3. They've now stranded 6 through 3 innings. But they lead Uniontown by a score of 2-0 here on the C. Harper Auto Group High School Sports Day on the WMBS YouTube page. Have to thank some of our other season-long sponsors of high school sports here on WMBS, including Potter's Bar and Grill. Attorneys Bobby Gordon, Shane Gannon, and Tim Witt at Watson Mundorf LLP. Ted Silva and Son, Body and Fender Repair. And the Catholic War Veterans Post 1669 in Hopwood, along with NovaCare Rehabilitation and Montgomery Medical. Brian Morozak alongside Carl Chouts. A 2-0 lead for the Albert Gallatin Colonials over the Uniontown Red Raiders as we go to the bottom half of the third inning. Boy, that scoreboard looks good. Out there in right field, all lit up. Uniontown with hitters 8, 9, and 1 due up here in the bottom of the third. Ethan White, Adam Kramer, and Lane Smiley. Actually, it was the pitcher's spot occupied by White, but now it's Chandler Myers who's there in that spot. Myers, first pitch swinging, pop-up, caught there by the Albert Gallatin second baseman Clay Smith for the first out of the inning. So Ethan White never got to swing the bat. Never got to his position in the lineup before he was pulled from the game. And now Adam Kramer, Uniontown right fielder, coming up for his first plate appearance. Kramer 0 for 3 at the plate so far this season. Does have a run scored. Takes the first pitch here for ball 1. 1-0 pitch. Missed high. 2-0 now. From Jason Myers to Adam Kramer. They have Myers versus Myers on the mound. This ball hit on the ground to third. Scooped up there by Sutton. Throw over to first in time to Valenti to retire Kramer 5-3 for the second out of this bottom of the third inning. And that'll bring up the top of the order again for Uniontown and Lane Smiley. Uniontown still without a hit. Their only base runner was Braden Hinsey, who got on via an error back in the first inning. Red Raiders retired 1-2-3 back in the second. With Jason Myers striking out Bartok and Kelly. Martin grounded out to end the inning, and now Myers and Kramer retired to start this bottom of the third inning, and Lane Smiley at the plate takes the first pitch for strike 1. Smiley flew out to right field first time up. A little hesitation there from Myers in that windup. Waiting for the ruling there. Couldn't get a signal from the home plate umpire. Apparently the scoreboard operator didn't either. They haven't updated it yet. Next pitch missed for sure. And the count is 2-1. So the last two have missed there to Smiley. Home plate umpire not very deliberate with some of his calls, and we're situated down the third base line and shallow left field. So 2 outs, Smiley at the plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes on him. And the 2-2 pitch misses high, and now we'll go full. 3-2, Jason Myers to Lane Smiley. Colonials defensively looking for a 1-2-3 inning. 3-2 pitch on the way, and that one golf foul by Smiley. The count remains 3-2. Again, the first of 2 games between these two schools. Nightcap will come your way about 15 or 20 minutes after game 1. Josh Scully and Tony Hanola will bring you that contest. 3-2 pitch again. That one missed off the plate for ball 4. So Uniontown has their second base runner of the game in Lane Smiley, and that'll bring up Braden Hinsey to the plate. And Hinsey got on via an error back in the first inning. And still very early on in the season, but Uniontown trying to get the bats going. Runner going here. Throw down to second, not in time. So stolen base for Lane Smiley. We'll give Uniontown a runner in scoring position with the Red Raiders trailing 2-0 here in the bottom of the third inning. Hinsey set to go again, and this time he'll pop it up down the first baseline in foul territory. No play on it there for Gino Valenti. As that one missed over the right field line, not allowing Valenti to have a shot at it. 0-1 now. Myers to Hinsey. Another pitch fouled off there by Braden, the sophomore center fielder. Actually saw some pretty solid time as a freshman in Uniontown's lineup a year ago. Now one of the stars that Uniontown is really counting on in their lineup. Trying to keep this inning alive now with Smiley in scoring position. 0-2 pitch, and that one fouled off. Actually went off the mask of the home plate umpire, who appears to be okay. And count remains 0-2. Carl making his debut for a high school baseball game behind the camera. Of course, worked many football and basketball games for us throughout the course of the high school sports season. 0-2 pitch again here to Hinsey. Hit on the ground on the right side. It'll be the second baseman Smith. Throw over to first to Valenti in time to retire Hinsey 4-3 for the third out of the inning. So Uniontown ends up stranding Smiley. We'll go to the top of the fourth. Albert Gallatin still leading Uniontown 2-0 here on the CR Parada Group High School Sports Day on the WMBS YouTube page here this afternoon. Henry and Stewart Audiology voted best in Fayette. Hearing-centered audiologists with offices in Uniontown at Cherry Tree Lane, 201 North Pittsburgh Street in Connellsville, and South Market Street in Connellsville, a proud supporter of Uniontown High School baseball. Bad hair day, bad day at the office, bad day behind the wheel. Hey, stuff happens even to the best of us. At least your car insurance rate doesn't have to take a hit. Get Erie Rate Lock from Erie Insurance that stays put until you change your car, drive, or your address, plus seriously good service. Now, that's something to smile about. Your local Erie agent, Uniontown or Ross Draver Township, is the Sprouse Insurance Group. Give them a call at 724-437-9812 or visit SprouseInsurance.com. The UPMC Rehabilitation Institute on Wayland Smith Drive offers cutting-edge physical therapy. Jim Burns and his staff are residents of the community. They treat sports injuries, neurological conditions, back pain, sprains and strains, joint replacements, hand injuries, and other conditions. You can give them a call at 724-437-7500. The UPMC Rehabilitation Institute Relief is closer than you think. Of course, they've been a sponsor of our injury timeouts all season long. It's now to the top of the fourth inning. Albert Gallatin a 2-0 lead over the Uniontown Red Raiders. Brian Morozak along with Carl Childs, first of two here from Bailey Park on a Wednesday afternoon, our first high school baseball broadcast of 2025. And for Albert Gallatin, leading off and just foul tipping the first pitch there was Clay Smith. Smith struck out first time up back in the second inning. Now facing Chandler Myers, who came on in relief of Ethan White. In the top of the third inning, that ball gulped in the air and charging and getting. Did he come up with it? Home plate umpire saying that ball hit the ground. And it will be a hit for Clay Smith. Uniontown is saying Lane Smiley made the catch out there in left. Home plate umpires didn't see it that way. It was close. Will go in the books as a single for Smith. Of course, no instant replay in the high school game. That was certainly a tough call for our umpire crew because no one really located that close to Smiley out there in left field. It's now a runner on for Albert Gallatin. In the top of the order, Matt Malinsky coming to bat for a third time. Takes the first pitch for strike one. Malinsky grounded out 4-3 back in the first inning. Walked, stole a base, and scored a run back in the third. Take that pitch outside, even up the count at 1-1. Chandler Myers pitching to Matt Malinsky as Albert Gallatin starting their third trek through the lineup. Pitch off the plate again to Malinsky. Takes the count now to 2-1. Chandler Smith's 2-1 pitch. Called strike. Evens up the count now at 2-2. Now, Uniontown and Albert Gallatin looking for their first conference win of the season. Uniontown swept by Bell Vernon last week. Albert Gallatin swept by West Mifflin. Swing and a miss, and there's your third strike on Matt Malinsky. And for Chandler Smith, since he's come on in relief of Ethan White, he's now recorded 3 quick strikeouts. Now Luke Wilson picked up an RBI off a ground out last time up, comes to the plate here. with one out, the top of the fourth inning, and Clay Smith still at first. First pitch here to Luke Wilson, low and outside for ball one. Wilson back in the batter's box. Smith a glance back over at first. 1-0 pitch on the way. Missed again as the count moves to 2-0. Uniontown trying to keep themselves within striking distance. Down 2-0. That one low and in the dirt, hops away from Hebda. That will allow Smith to get down to second. And Albert Gallatin now runner in scoring position. Count now 3-0 from Myers to Wilson. The 3-0 pitch on the way, and this ball hit high in the air to left field, and it will go foul. We've seen some cars hit out there and left off some foul balls and home runs in the past. Three and one now to Luke Wilson. This one hit on the ground on the left side, scooped up there by Elam Martin. Throw over to first, wide of the first base bag. You had the runner there, Wilson, in foul territory. They try to make a tag on him, but to no avail. I think you have to score that in air as well. The throw was wide of the first base bag. They would have had Wilson if the throw would have been there. So it goes E6. Now runners on the corners for Albert Gallatin with still one out here in the top of the fourth inning, and Albert Gallatin leading Uniontown by a score of 2-0. Gino Valenti now coming to the plate. Valenti's reached base safely in both plate appearances. Single to left field back in the first inning, walked and scored a run in the third. An opportunity here to really blow the game open. Myers' first pitch to Valenti, fouled off. Counted 0-1. Valenti came into the game as well with a .500 average. Just one single RBI so far this season. Now the 0-1 pitch on the way, runner going. This ball golfed in the gap to left center field, but coming up with a catch there is Lane Smiley. Quick relay in, tagging and scoring from third base will be Clay Smith. So will be a sac fly RBI for Gino Valenti. Run scored for Smith. And Albert Gallatin increases their lead now to 3-0 over Uniontown now with two outs here in the top of the fourth. Now I'll bring up Evan Weekland. Check that. Jason Myers coming up from the pitcher spot. So Myers from the pitcher spot coming up now with two outs here in the inning. You have Luke Wilson on first. One run already across. First pitch swinging. This ball popped high in the air in foul territory down the left field line. And making the catch there, Caleb Bartok to end the inning. So Bartok, the Uniontown third baseman, a good catch there in foul territory. Retire the side, but 8G tacks another run on. We'll go to the bottom of the fourth. Albert Gallatin leading Uniontown now 3-0 here on the C.R. Parada Group High School Sports Day. Live coverage on the WMBS YouTube page. Since 1976, Davis & Davis has represented people, not insurance companies. Their lawyers have experience in litigating or settling personal injury claims, Medical malpractice cases and wrongful death actions, together with domestic real estate, workers' compensation, and municipal law experience. Throughout decades of work, Davis & Davis has successfully represented thousands of cases in local, state, and federal courts. For more information on how Davis & Davis can help you, phone 724-437-2799. In a world of big corporations and interpersonal experiences, there is something truly special about family-owned businesses. For over 70 years, the Mike Kelly Automotive family has been serving the community with integrity, honesty, and a commitment to putting families first, and they're not stopping anytime soon. Their commitment to excellence in sales and service remains stronger than ever. Visit the Mike Kelly Automotive Group today and experience the Mike Kelly Automotive difference, because when you buy from the Mike Kelly Automotive Group, you buy from family. So moving now to the bottom of the fourth inning, a 3-0 lead now for the Albert Gallatin Colonials over the Uniontown Red Raiders. Uniontown will have Luke Gresh, Gary Smitley, and Caleb Bartok coming to the plate. Hitters 3, 4, and 5. Also have to thank our graphic sponsors here today: South Union Township Supervisor Jason Scott and Home Warehouse. So Luke Gresh to lead things off, and Gresh first pitch swinging will send it foul down the right field line. Gresh grounded into a fielder's choice back in the first inning, still looking for his first hit of the season. In fact, Uniontown still looking for their first hit of the game. Had a couple of base runners. Hinsey, who got on via an error back in the first inning. Smitley walked in the third, and there will be your first hit of the game as Luke Gresh sends it through on the left side. So Gresh, the single to left field. Yeah, Uniontown going here in the bottom of the fourth inning. Down 3-0. Now a little meeting here on the mound on the Albert Gallatin side, bringing the whole infield in. Talking to pitcher Jason Myers. Myers got the start, has gone the full way so far for Albert Gallatin, but again, still very early on in the season. You wonder how long of a leash they'll have on Jason Myers. That meeting's over. Gary Smitley now coming to the plate. Again, Smitley, plenty of power in his bat. Couple of home runs a year ago. Looking to go yard here for the first time this season. Smitley in the batter's box. Takes the first pitch outside for ball one from Jason Myers. And Tony Hanula and Josh Scully will have game two for you. That'll come your way about 20 minutes after game one wraps up. And that pitch misses high and inside, got away from the catcher Ben Lilly. And that will allow Luke Gresh to get down to second on the wild pitch. So far, a good inning for Uniontown so far here in the bottom of the fourth. Trying to get a run across. 2-0 to Smitley. Called strike, now 2-1. Smitley came into the game 1 for 5 with an RBI and a .200 average. Hit here would be very timely and had a big-time cut, but came up empty. Count now even at 2-2. Myers now at the 2-2 pitch. Smitley, a little check swing, ground ball to first. Making the play there, Valenti, 3 unassisted to record the first down of the inning. It does allow Gresh to advance down to third. That'll bring Caleb Bartok to the plate. And the hot team so far in Section 2 have certainly been Bell Vernon, West Mifflin, and Elizabeth Forward. Bell Vernon entering play today 5-0 overall, 3-0 in conference play. In fact, they've outscored their opponents 28-4 in conference games and 52-10 in all games so far this season. Bartok at the plate takes the first pitch high for ball one. West Mifflin 5-3 overall, 2-0 in the conference. Of course, their 2 wins coming over Albert Gallatin last weekend. Elizabeth Forward 5-1 overall, 2-1 in the conference. They split with Ringgold and then picked up a home win yesterday over Laurel Highlands. They're playing the Mustangs in game 2 of their series over at Mustang Field this afternoon. Ringgold 2-4 overall, 1-2 in the conference. And Laurel Highlands, Uniontown, and Albert Gallatin all entered play today, looking for their first conference win of the season. Laurel Highlands at 0-1, Uniontown and Albert Gallatin at 0-2. The Mustangs did not have a conference series last week since, of course, there's 7 teams in the conference. Everybody has to be off at least 1 week, and the Mustangs got the bye there right out of the gates. It's the count now on Caleb Bartok, 2-1. Uniontown with Luke Gresh on third. Red Raiders down 3-0 as we work here in the bottom half of the 4th inning. 3-1 pitch on the way, swing and a miss. Now the count full of 3-2. Scoreboard a little late to update there. And now we're full. From Myers to Bartok, and Bartok stays alive, fouling one off the light post down the first base line. Of course, those lights will likely be on later on tonight, depending on how long Game 2 takes here from Bailey Park. Another payoff pitch, Myers to Bartok. Fouled off into the netting this time. Count remains 3-2. Bartok digging in again. Another 3-2 pitch on the way, and they're going to say outside for ball 4. So Bartok aboard. Now runners on the corners here for Uniontown. With 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th inning, still 3-0. Albert Gallatin over Uniontown, but the Red Raiders bringing the game-tying run to the plate in Shane Kelly. We get a courtesy runner over here at first as well. Showing us like 28 over there, and I don't have a 28 on my roster. So we'll have to check that. Now Shane Kelly came into the game 2 for 6, now 2 for 7 after striking out back in the 2nd inning. Junior second baseman for Uniontown. First pitch from Chandler Myers misses for ball 1 and no throw as the Uniontown courtesy runner advances down to second. One 1-0 pitch on the way. This is low and outside, takes us to 2-0. This ball hit on the ground to third. Nice little snare there from Sutton. Throw over to first in time to retire Kelly 5-3, but Kelly will pick up an RBI. Driving in Luke Gresh for Uniontown's first run of the game as the Red Raiders get back to within 3-1. That's his second out of the inning, and it'll bring up Elam Martin to the plate. Martin takes the first pitch for ball 1. A 3-1 bottom of the 4th. That pitch misses outside, now 2-0. From Myers to Martin. Next pitch, big time cut from Martin, but coming up empty. Makes the count now to 2-1. It's actually 20, not 28. The courtesy runner, Cam Culp, over there at third now. This pitch hit high in the air down the first base line, and able to make the catch there, Gino Valenti, for the third out of the inning. So the Red Raiders do pick up a run here in the bottom half of the 4th inning. Luke Gresh scoring the run, Shane Kelly picking up the RBI, and Uniontown back to within 2 of Albert Gallatin now at 3-1 as we move to the top half of the 5th inning here on the C. Harper Auto Group High School Sports Day. course, you can experience the C. Harper Auto Group difference, the best price every time, all the time. C. Harper will beat any competitor's price. They'll pay you $1,000 cash. C. Harper offers free Carfax history reports, transparent repair orders on pre-owned vehicles, and they're winner of the best new auto dealership in Westmoreland County. The C. Harper Auto Group, the best price every time, all the time. Henry and Stewart Audiology, voted best in Fayette Hearing Center and audiologist with offices at Cherry Tree Lane in Uniontown, 201 North Pittsburgh Street in Connellsville, and South Market Street in Connellsville, a proud sponsor of Uniontown High School baseball. At Farmana Pharmacy, of course, you're more than just a customer. And Farmana Pharmacy is focused on being a family pharmacy. It's focused on your health. That's why Farmana Pharmacy focuses on just prescriptions. Pharmacists Jim Capuzzi and Cheryl Goodwin take the time to listen, answer your questions, and guide you to better health. To sign up as a patient, visit farmanapharmacy.com or call 724-626-9600. Farmana Pharmacy, where prescription care comes first. So now moving to the top half of the fifth inning, Albert Gallatin a 3-1 lead over Uniontown. Chandler Myers in relief of Ethan White came on in the third inning for Uniontown. And Albert Gallatin with hitters 6, 7, and 8 due up here in the top half of the fifth inning. Evan Weekland leading things off. They count 1-1 from Myers to Weekland. Weekland 0 for 2 so far. Flew out to left field back in the second inning. Struck out swinging back in the third. Takes the 1-1 pitch outside there to take the count to 2-1. Weekland batting from the left side. Came into the game with just an .091 average so far this season. That pitch misses low. Takes the count to 3-1. One correction, actually, that's Kenyon Sutton, Kenyon Sutton at the plate. They're not Weekland. Weekland due up next. And Sutton will draw the walk. It was actually Sutton, Weekland, and Lilly due up in this half inning, and Sutton draws the walk, so he's over at first. And now you'll have Weekland coming to the plate with Albert Gallatin leading Uniontown 3-1 here in the top half of the fifth. And now the first pitch to Weekland. This is low for ball one. And Brian Morozek flying solo here for game one. Josh Scully and Tony Anola will have game two for you. Carl Childs behind the camera for both games. And our first high school baseball broadcast of the season for you here on WMBS. And Weekland taking that one for a strike. Count even at 1-1. Albert Gallatin led 3-0 before Uniontown tacked on a run in the bottom of the fourth. Runner going here. Pitch missed low and outside. Head first slide into second safely there for Kenyon Sutton. So Sutton with a stolen base. He's been on base safely now in 2 of 3 plate appearances. Had a single back in the third after grounding out back in the second inning. And Weekland is at the plate now 0 for 2. He has a 2-1 count on him. Albert Gallatin looking to increase their lead here in the top half of the fifth inning. 2-1 pitch on the way. This ball well hit in a left center field gap. Going back to the wall, and it bounces off the wall. There for Uniontown is Smiley with a relay in. Going to Martin, and will score a run as Kenyon Sutton scores on the play for Albert Gallatin. It's an RBI double for Evan Weekland. His first RBI of the season comes at a nice time to increase the Albert Gallatin lead now to 4-1 over Uniontown here in the top half of the fifth inning. So the Colonials, who sacrificed that run back in the bottom of the fourth inning, get it back quickly here in the top half of the fifth. Now at the plate, Ben Lilly takes the first pitch for strike one. Still nobody out. You had the Sutton walk and then the Weekland RBI double. And Lilly now at the plate. Next pitch to Lilly, another line drive, and this one will drop in front of the center fielder, Braden Hinsey. Rounding third on his way to the plate and scoring is Evan Weekland. Advancing down to second on the throw is Ben Lilly. So Lilly and Weekland picking up RBIs. Weekland the latest run to score. And the Albert Gallatin lead now up to 5-1 over Uniontown, and still nobody out here in the top half of the fifth inning. At the plate now, Easton Price, the Albert Gallatin left fielder. Price a walk back in the second inning, struck out swinging in the third. Takes the first pitch for ball one. You have a courtesy runner. That's Colton Harvey. Once again running for Lilly. He ran for Lilly back in the second inning as well. 1-0 pitch. Sent foul. You had Harvey running on the play. Of course, early on in the season, easier to find some of those balls that are hit foul, especially on the hill down the right field line. When some of that brush starts to grow in here in a couple of weeks, those balls might stick up there a little bit better and make them harder to find. 1-1 pitch. This is low and outside. Takes us to 2-1 now. From Chandler Myers to Easton Price. Glance back at second from Myers. 2-1 pitch on the way. Didn't see a call from the home plate umpire. Throw down to third and out at third as the courtesy runner, Harvey. Always tough to steal third, and Harvey found out why that time. That's the first down of the inning. I'm going to check the countdown there on Price. Nothing posted up on the scoreboard at all. Well, Myers' next pitch to Price fouled off. See if the home plate umpire gives us a count signal here. He did not. Scoreboard has it 0-1. Of course, it can't be 0-1 because you're the runner going on the last pitch. I'm guessing 1-1. Pitch on the way, swing and a miss. They say it was strike three, not caught. Everybody's confused what's going on there. They didn't have a home plate umpire wasn't given a count. Nothing was up on the scoreboard either. So no one knew what was going on. Well, it was the third strike there on Price in the second out of the inning. And that'll bring up Clay Smith, who singled to left field and scored a run last time up. 5-1 now. The Colonials leading Uniontown. And Price takes the first pitch for ball one. Now the 1-0 pitch on the way. Misses again, takes us to 2-0. Again, Uniontown entered play today 1-3 overall, 0-2 in the conference. Albert Gallatin 0-3 overall and 0-2 in conference play. So Albert Gallatin looking for their first win of any kind so far this season. 2-0 pitch. This ball popped foul, and the catcher, Connor Hebda, able to make the play and make the catch for the third out of the inning. But Albert Gallatin tacking on 2 additional runs, and the Colonials lead the Red Raiders 5-1 as we move to the bottom half of the fifth inning here on the C. Harper Auto Group High School Sports Day. You have a job around the house that you aren't fully sure how to tackle? It's time to call Fulham's Full Service. Your best in Fayette gold medal winner for professional maintenance and handyman service. Fully licensed and insured, owner Cody Fulham does it all. From home renovations and repairs to landscaping and auto detailing. He's ready to help you. Call Fulham's Full Service today at 724-466-4194. Follow them on Facebook to learn more about their projects, and the work that they can do for you. Fulham's Full Service. Going to have to thank some of our sponsors, our season-long sponsors of high school sports on WMBS, including J&S Bridal, Jeff Dennis at Remax Select Realty, NovaCare Rehabilitation, State Farm Agent Lauren Yeoman, and Target Safety Solutions. Of course, all of our great sponsors of high school sports and a great high school football and basketball season, hoping to go deep into the spring as well this year with high school baseball. So Uniontown coming to bat, bottom of the fifth inning. Red Raiders trail the Colonials 5-1. It'll be Chandler Myers, the pitcher, batting for the second time in this game. He'll swing at the first pitch and send it over the outstretched glove of the second baseman Clay Smith into right field. Luke Wilson with a relay in, but a leadoff single for Chandler Smith. And Uniontown in business here in the bottom of the fifth inning, even though they trail 5-1. Now Adam Kramer coming to the plate. Hitters 8, 9, and 1 for Uniontown here in the bottom of the fifth. Eli Friend on as the courtesy runner there for the pitcher Myers. Uniontown just finishing their second trip through the lineup. Kramer grounded out 5-3 first time up. Jason Myers on the mound. Showing bunt there was Kramer. Came up empty. Might have actually foul-tipped it. And they'll send the courtesy runner Friend back to the first base bag and give us an 0-1 count. But Jason Myers got the start for Albert Gallatin. He's still on the hill. The Colonials leading it 5-1, and a quick little turnover to first there. Getting Friend, who was leaning on the play for the outs. And we've talked about that many times during our high school baseball broadcast. A lot of times those courtesy runners come into a game, maybe not fully focused. And that time, Jason Myers got Friend leaning the other way, allowing the Colonials defensively to pick up the first down of the inning. That pitch to Adam Kramer, high and inside. Leaving up the count now 1-1. So now one out here in the inning. Base is empty. Uniontown down 5-1. And Kramer sends that one foul to take the count now to 1-2. Behind Kramer, the top of the order in Lane Smiley. And the count 1-2. Now one out here in the inning. And Myers sends that pitch a little bit high to Adam Kramer. Even up the count at 2-2. Now the 2-2 pitch on the way, and this ball popped foul on the right side over the fence and out of play. Count remains even at 2-2. Now the 2-2 pitch is low and outside. Got away there from the catcher, Ben Lilly. Bring us 4-3-2. Payoff pitch. Ground ball to third. Sutton is there. Throw over to first in time to Valenti. Retire Kramer 5-3 for the second out of the inning. Now 2 away, top of the order, though, coming up for Uniontown and Lane Smiley. Smiley flew up to right field first time up. Walked and stole a base and was stranded back in the third inning. Batting from the left side. First pitch there, check swing. Did he go? First base umpire didn't really make a definitive signal. And they're going to rule a strike, saying he did go around 0-1. These two schools will play likely 14 innings of baseball here today. And a second game of a doubleheader to follow. Again, they instituted, the WPIAL did, back-to-back games in a single week between teams in a conference, basically so schools will not be able to use the same pitcher against a team twice in a season, and that ball popped up in foul territory. No play on it there for the Colonials. Takes the count to 1-2. In the past, you usually have games on a Monday, Wednesday against two different teams. Now, games are scheduled Monday, Tuesday against the same team. And, of course, you got the rest of the week. You get weather Monday or Tuesday to make those games up. And with rain in the forecast Thursday and Friday, Uniontown and Albert Gallatin deciding to play two here today. And definitely a smart move as Smiley fouls off another one. Count 1-2. Again, 2 outs, bottom of the fifth. 5-1. Albert Gallatin leading Uniontown. Now the 1-2 pitch on the way. And another one sent foul, this time on the near side. Here we go again. Jason Myers. To Lane Smiley, and another one fouled off. Again, the pitching matchup right now, Chandler Myers for Uniontown throwing against Jason Myers of Albert Gallatin. Chandler Myers came on in relief of Ethan White in the third inning for Uniontown. Another 1-2 pitch on the way. This one misses the plate outside. Takes us to 2-2. Well, hesitation now, the 2-2 pitch. They call a balk there. And a ball called, nobody on base. You can't advance any runners. So now they count full 3-2. Pitch on the way. And they're going to say that missed the plate. Albert Gallatin thought it was a called strike 3. So ball 4 called. We see Mr. Hanola strolling in for game 2. Uniontown with the base runner. Down 5-1. And Braden Hinsey at the plate. Throw over to first. Back safely, Lane Smiley. Jason Myers, a long look in there to Ben Lilly, and now a little nubber going back in Myers' direction. Makes the throw over to first in time there to Gino Valenti to retire. Hinsey, 6-3 for the third out of the inning. So once again, Uniontown comes up empty. They strand a runner on base in Smiley. And we'll go to the top half of the sixth inning. Still 5-1, Albert Gallatin over Uniontown here on the CR Product Group High School Sports Day. Spring forward a home construction season with First Federal Savings Loan Association of Greene County. First Federal's construction and improvement loans put you in charge of your dream home project with all the tools you need. First Federal offers construction loans, owner-builder loans, and home improvement loans. With offices in Fayette, Greene, and Washington counties, your loan stays here. Visit a First Federal loan officer today or apply online at First Federal Savings or firstfederalofgreene.com. First Federal Savings Loan Association of Greene County. Member FDIC, equal housing lender, NMLS number 458. 729. They're actually opening up a brand new office in Fairchance. We'll have a live WMBS broadcast from 1 to 3 coming up on April 14th. Busy day, feeling unwell, don't feel like driving, but you need your prescriptions? No worries. Farmana Pharmacy delivers to your home or workplace for free. Stay comfy at home or focused at work. Farmana Pharmacy delivers Monday through Friday, so you don't have to worry about picking up your prescriptions. It's fast, easy, and hassle-free. Phone 724-626-9600 or visit farmanapharmacy.com. Farmana Pharmacy, prescription care and convenience delivered. We do have Tony Hanola in the house. Tony, what mic are you on over there, bud? He doesn't know. I thought you plugged yourself in already. He's still untangling himself. So we'll check in with Tony here in a couple of minutes. So for Albert Gallatin, they lead it 5-1 over the top of the order. Up Matt Malinsky, Luke Wilson, and Gino Valenti here in the top half of the sixth inning. First pitch swinging there, and a ball dropping in front of the Uniontown right fielder, Adam Kramer. Would have been a tough play there for Kramer and Matt Malinsky with a leadoff single to right to start this top half of the sixth inning for the Albert Gallatin Colonials. Again, Albert Gallatin up 5-1. Our first of two for you here on the WMBS YouTube page. These two schools will play again in Game 2 of the doubleheader with Josh Scully and Tony Hanola about 20 minutes after this game wraps up. Chandler Myers on in relief of Ethan White on the Uniontown side. Runner going here. Pitch miss low. Throw down to second. Close play. But in safely there is Matt Malinsky with his second stolen base of the game. So Malinsky gets down to second base. Still nobody out here in the top half of the sixth. And Tony Hanola is with us. Tony, are you there? You said three.
I thought I was.
You're on number 2.
What do you mean?
That's what the mic tells me here.
It says 3 and 2. Okay, well, there you go.
And we welcome you aboard.
Early get here.
How's the weather up in Greensburg today?
It was thunder and lightning up there today. Rained a little bit, but like not as hard as I thought it would go. So kind of surprised not a drop down this way, right?
Yeah, we've not had any rain down here in Uniontown today. Hopefully it stays that way for Game 2 of our doubleheader as well. So Luke Wilson at the plate. That was a called strike. Wilson kind of jumped out of the way of it. Pitch is actually in there. They counted 2-1, runner in scoring position, and so far it's been tough on the Red Raiders side here, Tony, to get the bats going.
Yeah, well, you know what? When you lose 8 or 9 seniors, it's tough to fill the roster and try to bounce right back to where you were over the last couple of years. And you know, the other thing with high school baseball is you got to have the pitching, and if you don't have pitching, it's tough. Although, like I said, Uniontown only able to score 1 run here so far.
There's a little nubber. Ruled foul. Take us to 3-2. Lone Uniontown run in this game, Tony, for some of the folks like you just joining us, scored back in the 4th inning by Luke Gresh off a ground ball from Shane Kelly. So Kelly picking up the RBI there. But the Red Raiders and Colonials entering play today, still both looking for their first conference wins of the season. Laurel Highlands, we mentioned, playing crosstown against Elizabeth Forward. Mustangs lost a tough 1-run game yesterday down in Elizabeth. So the payoff pitch here to Luke Wilson from Chandler Myers. This ball grounded foul on the left side. That was a little screamer there, Tom.
It was a screamer. I actually thought that was going to get inside the line there for a minute, but fortunately for Uniontown, foul almost actually took out the AG third base coach.
Yes. Dennis Martin, of course, the new head coach for Uniontown. Cole Shear and Hunter Smiley, his assistants.
Yeah, and Coach Martin's got his hands full, as we said. Like I said, losing all those seniors and things like that and just trying to rebuild.
That's ball 4 to Luke Wilson. He'll take first base. And of course, Nick Groover, the head coach of the Albert Gallatin Colonials. Now runners on first and second here for Albert Gallatin. Lead at 4 at 5-1. Top of the 6th innings, they're looking for more.
Now, Uniontown's already played pretty much the cream of the crop in the section in Bell Vernon.
Here's Valenti with a high fly ball into the left. Smiley is there, works towards the line and makes the catch. Runners will hold. We'll get our first out here at the top of the 6th inning.
Nice job by Smiley to drift over. That ball was kind of tailing away off the left-handed bat. Actually thought it might even get out of fair territory there, but good job by Smiley to track that one down to hold the runners at first and second.
Score remains 5-1. Albert Gallatin over Uniontown, now 1 out. Here in the top of the 6th inning with Jason Myers coming to the plate. And Myers lining one over the press box there, Tone.
Coming to us.
Yes.
Although small window for us.
Yes.
If it gets in here, we could be in trouble.
He got almost nailed a couple years ago up over at Laurel Islands. Took out a laptop and a router. Luckily, it saved you, though. That's
Yes,
what was important.
Oh, yeah, right. I don't know if the fans feel the same way.
Think about it, that was a radio-only game, and we didn't have video.
Oh, I
You
know.
might still be in a hospital 2 years later.
I know. That would have been rough, man. I'd have taken one right in the face.
Count out 1-1 to Jason Myers. When you say reconstructive surgery.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe it could have got better, though.
Swing and a miss, 1-2 now to Myers. Mid-season form already.
Oh, yeah. Hey, congratulations to your Pittsburgh Pirates.
They were up last I saw
yeah,
today.
they picked up a 4-2 win. Skeens. Able to
Moved
pick
to
up,
what now? 2-4 on the season? 2-5 on the season.
Yeah. 2-5.
So what's the over-under on the number of runs the Yankees will score over the Pirates in the series this weekend with those new bats?
The torpedo bats.
Yeah.
Let's see how many go into the river.
Maybe 30 the over-under in a 3-game series? Not home runs, but just runs,
you
the way
gotta
they've been
figure
hitting
that.
the ball.
Well, I bet they got the 2, 3, and 4 starters. So you got
Yeah.
you got Keller and you got Falter and Heaney. So
I think they're going to wave a run, and no, maybe they're not, Tony. He had a pitch that got away there from the catcher Hebda, and I thought they were going to wave in a run. Umpire's talking about it.
well, I don't think it went into. I mean, obviously it went against the backstop and things like that. I don't know if it got stuck in there or what, but they sent both runners back to the bases.
Well, count now full of 3-2 here to Myers. Lead at 5-1. One out as he worked here in the top of the 6th inning.
Now Myers looking to tack on a little bit of insurance here.
Now the payoff pitch from Chandler Myers. Called ball forward to load up the bases again. Mentioned Albert Gallatin already working through the lineup, Tony, for a 4th time. Leading 5-1. They've stranded a bunch today, too.
Well, I was going to say, only scoring 5 runs here.
They stranded 1 in the first, 2 in the second, scored 2 runs in the 3rd inning, but actually left the bases loaded. Had 1 stranded in the 4th, 1 stranded in the 5th. Those all add up.
Oh, yeah.
And now at the plate, Sutton. Another one hopping away there from Connor Hebda.
Not very far, though. Actually
No.
got a glove on it and just kind of trickled out of his glove. Probably only went back about 7 or 8 feet, so runner's really not with a chance to advance.
And all these guys wear on the oven mitts these days, huh? Every one of these AG base runners have them on.
Yeah, well, if you're going to slide head first, I guess.
Next pitch on the way, misses low again there to Kenyon Sutton. I'm still not a big fan of him. We talked about it last year. And it's just like a trend. Everybody's doing it now, too.
Well, and like I said, I mean, if you run the bases and you slide head first, okay, I can see that. But if you know you're going to go in feet first, no sense in having it. Ooh, that was close
Throw
to
over
a
to
ball.
first.
Wow. That was interesting how he did that.
Yes, not called.
Yeah, it really didn't step off. Kind of made the move straight to first, but fortunate that he didn't get a balk call.
We had a quick first 2 innings, but the game's really slowed down in a hurry in the 3rd. Been that way kind of since. There's a called strike, take us to 1-2. How about the scoreboard working out there, Tone and
I
Wright?
see that. And they say that they're going to get us power?
Yeah, electricity is going to be installed on Friday. They actually got the outlets already in front of us.
Wow.
Which is good news. There's a swing and a miss. Maybe that was only the 2nd strike.
Well, I did pick up a light bulb.
That's good. You guys might need it over there.
I got a feeling we will.
This might be the last time, though.
That's okay. I'll donate it to the city.
Ours got stolen. We had a
25 watts to the city.
we had a light in our a bulb in our light last year. I went to turn it on today. There was no light bulb in there, so I have no idea what would have happened to it. I mean, did somebody that hard up for a light bulb? But
Maybe.
I wouldn't be surprised if you have some homeless folks living up here. There's some car
Could have
seats
squatters.
You have some squatters up here. Oh, boy.
Yeah, we'll tell Bill Gerke to tell the mayor if he's listening. I don't need a plaque or anything just for donating his light bulb.
We can have you come to the city council meeting tomorrow.
Yeah, that's it.
Receive a proclamation.
Get my props.
1-2 pitch miss. Throw back down to first. It's close and called safe. So count now 2-2.
Got to be careful with that throw down there,
Yes.
man. If that gets away, I mean, your right fielder was playing really off the line.
You have 2 or 3 runs come across.
Exactly. Yeah, you got to be careful with that.
Colonial's an opportunity to really blow the game wide open here. 2-2 pitch on the way.
Yeah.
There actually was a 3-2 pitch. They had 2-2 on the scoreboard. Must have been 3-2, and it's going to be a walked-in run there by Chandler Myers.
Myers didn't miss by much on that
No.
pitch. I actually thought it might have caught a little bit of the outside corner on the left-handed batter, but
You'll have Malinsky score on the play and increase the lead now to 6-1, and you might get another pitching change here on the Uniontown side.
well, and you are.
Again, Uniontown started the game with Ethan White on the mound. Chandler Myers came on in relief for the 3rd inning, and now it looks like we're going to see our 3rd Uniontown pitcher of the afternoon. Again, the score now up to 6-1. Albert Gallatin leading Uniontown.
And let's see who we got here.
I'll tell you, so anyway, you look that up. For over 20 years, Beagley Tree of Somerset has been providing premier land management services across the region, offering a wide array of services, including vegetation control, right-of-way restoration, land clearing, building demolition, erosion and sediment control, access road installation, and more. Beagley can do it all. For more information, visit BeagleyTree.com. That's BeagleyTree.com, or you can contact them at 814-444-TREE. Beagley Tree Construction Support Services, done right. And the new Uniontown pitcher is Jamison Carter.
Jamison Carter, the sophomore. Getting to see a little action here today.
Of course, you can experience the C. Harper Auto Group difference, the best price every time, all the time. C. Harper will beat any competitor's price, or they'll pay you $1,000 cash. C. Harper offers free Carfax history reports, transparent repair orders on pre-owned vehicles, and they're winner of the best new auto dealership in Westmoreland County. The C. Harper Auto Group, the best price every time, all the time.
Yeah, this baseball's making you work a lot harder than you used to. I
I'm
can tell
telling
you
you.
that, huh? It's making you work a lot harder than you used to.
Doing the scoreboard, reading the ads.
I know.
It's a busy afternoon.
I feel like one of your interns here.
Henry and Stewart Audiology voted best in Fayette Hearing and Audiologists, with offices in Cherry Tree Lane in Uniontown, 201 North Pittsburgh Street in Connellsville, and South Market Street in Carmichael's, a proud supporter of Uniontown High School baseball. Well, we're looking for an intern, Tony, in the spring. If you know anybody, if you want to take it up yourself, maybe you're looking for a second career.
I'm looking to end the first career.
We could even get you some compensation through the Experience Works program of the Pennsylvania Association of Broadcasters. How about it?
I have to give that a lot of thought. I thought we had an intern for you.
We don't have anybody officially signed up, but now Carter's set to go. First pitch popped up there by Evan Weekland, foul on the near side. Takes the count to 0-1.
I thought I had an intern for you. I'll have to follow up on that.
You're going to have to follow up.
Yeah, I know. I thought he was going to call you.
Nobody's locked up any internships with me yet for the spring.
Sorry to anybody watching. I put my big head in front of Carl's camera here. Probably thought there was a solar eclipse or something.
Well, that was normally my side last year. I think I did that a couple of times as well. You got to be careful when you're on the left. I'm on the right today. I'll succeed this spot to Josh Scully if you want to stay in your current seat, Tony, for game 2.
I'm just the color guy. I leave it up to the play-by-play guys to make all those decisions.
I figured I'd stay as far away from Carl as possible, so I didn't get in his shot as that one fouled off again by Weekland, taking the count to 2-2. 1 out, bottom of the 6th inning. 1 run already across for Albert Gallatin in this half inning. They lead Uniontown by 5, looking for more here at the bases loaded. Carter's next pitch on the way, popped up again. This time by Weekland. When the Red Raiders have a play on it, they will not.
Yeah, that ball was tailing as soon as he got the bat on it, so you could tell. I mean, at least the Red Raiders went over. Made a little bit of an effort, but really no chance at all. Getting a little breezy out here.
Yes, well, it's been breezy all afternoon. It was really gusty. We actually had the windows blown shut a couple of times, Tony. We were setting up. We were really concerned about things. Haven't seen gusts like that, at least in a while. That ball hit high in the air on the left side. Lane Smiley towards the line, just let it go foul.
I don't know if he had a real good beat on it at first.
No.
It looked like it was kind of tailing on him from the get-go, but that was a pretty tough play.
Yes.
Just like we mentioned, with this little bit of breeze, it didn't take it long to take it out of fair territory into some area that he couldn't get to.
And could play havoc, especially as we move into game 2 later on tonight with some of the guys out there in the outfield. So another 2-2 pitch here on the way, and another one popped up. This time, looks like we'll go foul here on the right side. And once again, the Red Raiders no play on it. Bounces into the stands.
Well, I know one thing. The Hopwood winds were in full strength this morning. So fortunately, you're not getting all of that.
No, I heard it at my house. I'm not even in Hopwood.
Now, we like to share the wealth.
Here we go, 2-2 once again to Weakland, and this time with a crack of the bat, we'll send it into center field. This will play 2. Relay coming in there from Hinsey. The Albert Gallatin lead now up to 8-1 over Uniontown. We still work here in the bottom of the 6th with 2 outs.
It was a pretty
one
nice,
out, excuse me.
Yeah, that was a pretty nice piece of hitting right there, though. You're able to pull his hands in on that inside pitch and able to get around on it, shoot that ball up the middle, pick up 2 RBIs. So good job to plate a couple more runners for AG.
Yeah, lead now at 7 at 8-1. And first pitch swinging for Ben Lilly. Lilly popping it up. It'll be the shortstop, Martin, that'll make the catch for the second out of the inning. And now Easton Price will come to the plate, and Price will be the 8th Colonial to bat here in this half inning now with 2 away. And 3 runs already across.
And it's tough, too, when you walk guys in high school baseball. Well, we see it in the big leagues, too. I mean, especially the first couple Pirate games. You walk guys, and there's more than a likely chance that they're going to score.
Price 0 for 2 with a walk so far today. Fouls off the first pitch. Left fielder for Albert Gallatin here this afternoon. Josh Scully in the house as well. And, Josh, I believe they do have the lineups for Game 2 just to help yourself out. Probably have them down below. There's only going to be about 15 minutes in between games. You might want to scout those out. Next pitch on the way.
It's coming to us.
Ball popped. Look out here. Look out
Bang.
here. We will play on it. Oh, right off the rooftop. Scully might have got that walking out the door.
I know.
I could have put him in harm's way out there. I send him outside. He almost gets cracked.
You just want to do the second game.
It's all you guys. Scully's okay. Thumbs up. Just missed him.
You just want to do the second game, I know.
2 pitch on the way. Misses high and inside. Good, we can have some fun here early on in the high school baseball season already.
Oh, we always do. Especially when there's a lot of time to fill. You never know. You never know what's coming.
You might get a 10-run rule here in Game 1. You never know. Swing and a miss there from Lilly, and that will do it. That's strike 3. So Albert Gallatin sends 8 men to the plate. They score 3 runs in the top half of the 6th inning and now lead Uniontown 8-1 as we move to the bottom of the 6th here on the CR Parada Group High School Sports Day, high school baseball here on the WMBS YouTube page. Also have to thank some of our season-long sponsors of high school sports here on WMBS, including Shop and Save, Walnut Hill Road in Uniontown. Of course, our friends at M&R Transit, always a big supporter of high school sports. Ford of Uniontown, Stewart Collision, and Mamaruka's Pizza Shop right down the road. Good place to stop after the game, Tom.
It's always a thought. Although, actually, I cheated on him today, Brian. I got to say that because I actually stopped out at the Sun's Italy and picked up spaghetti dinners today. So,
okay.
Yeah. They're monthly spaghetti dinners out there. The Joe Biden at the Uniontown Lodge is Ricky Ezzi, and the Joe Biden of the State Lodge is our friend Jimmy Santilli.
Nice. Of course, they'll have the Italian Festival coming up as well in August. Had a lot of fun with that last year here on WMBS. Great to have that event back in the city.
Yeah, it's always a good time. And they put on a nice show. I will give them credit for that.
Since 1976, Davis & Davis has represented people, not insurance companies. Their lawyers have experience in litigating or settling personal injury claims, medical malpractice cases, and wrongful death actions together with domestic, real estate, workers' compensation, and municipal law experience. You give them a call at 724-437-2799. Of course, our colleague Gary Frankhauser is supposed to be with me, Tony, on Monday for that Laurel Highlands Elizabeth Forward game. We were scheduled to bring you before the rain. Gary couldn't make it over in time for the first pitch of this contest today, but he'll be with me on Monday for the Laurel Highlands Bell Vernon game from Mustang Field.
Yeah, and you're going to see a pretty good team right there. They've got some pitching. There's no doubt about it. And that means a lot in high school baseball. So I know they're the odds-on favorite to win the section.
Certainly took care of Uniontown last week. Red Raiders with hitters 3, 4, and 5 due up here in the bottom half of the sixth inning. Luke Gresh leading things off, already behind in the count.
Yeah, and I actually saw in one of those games where Uniontown had 16 strikeouts. So tough to score some runs when you can't put the ball in play.
I think a good sign for Laurel Highlands yesterday to hang with Elizabeth Ford. Of course, they had a rebuilding year last year, expected to be better this season, and we don't have a score of their game yet today with Elizabeth Ford. We'll try to pass that along to you. And there's another little shot on the left side there in foul territory. Count remains 1-2.
I was reaching out. I was going to save Carl if I kept bending around here. He was worried I got my hand in the shot again.
Yeah.
I was trying to save him in case he got hit or something over here.
Maybe you and Josh can do like a live stand-up for game 2. There's one sent into one of the light posts. Look out there.
I can sit on these bucket seats over here. I mean, what's up with that?
That'd be real stylish.
I know. Somebody collecting stuff?
I think it's the squatters.
It must be.
1-2 on the way. Misses high and inside. Takes us even at 2-2.
Got car seats, and now they got a new light bulb. I better not leave this one tonight. 25 watts of power.
Might need 100 here to be able to see your notes for game 2. Another one sent foul on the right side.
Well, I hate to say it, but DG was limited on the wattage whenever I stopped, so it was one of those things.
Whatever you can get in a hurry.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure you guys had some form of lights there for game 2 later on tonight.
No, I figured I'd just stop and see what they had. I'm thinking, okay. Some of them look burned out, but who knows.
2-2 on the way, fouled off again by Gresh. And it's 8-1. Albert Gallatin leading Uniontown. Bottom half of the sixth inning. Brian Morozak now being joined by Tony Hanola. Josh Scully in the house. He'll be with Tony for game 2. Carl Childs behind the camera. 2-2 pitch now to Gresh. This ball hit on the ground to second, and a backhanded attempt there gone awry from Clay Smith. That will allow Gresh to get on. You giving Gresh a hit or an error there, Tony?
Regretfully, I'm going to say an error.
Okay.
I think he had some time to get there, and actually probably even had a chance. Might even been able to catch it, not back in.
I agree.
And try to make the play. So, well, this Myers, and I haven't listened to everything all the way, but he's pitched a complete game so far, right?
Yes.
And that's huge, especially in a doubleheader like this, to save some pitching. I don't know where he's at on the pitch count.
Of course, I haven't been able to keep track either, but it has to be getting up there, I would think.
What do you mean? You got pitch count. You could read the ads and everything.
I got the little clicker over there for you guys if you wanted for game 2.
I got one. You know me. No, I'll be using it. It's never correct, but I'll use it.
0-1 pitch to Gary Smitley, and therefore a strike, 1-1.
Yeah, but if he can throw a complete game here, that's a pretty big advantage for Albert Gallatin going into the second game.
And give him basically everybody but him available for game 2.
Right.
1-1 pitch on the way. Smitley foul tipped it. Counting out 1-2. Smitley a couple of home runs last year. Trying to get his bat going this year. 0 for 2 so far in this game. Just 1 for 5 coming in so far this season.
He's a big fellow with some power. There's no doubt about it.
1-2 now from Myers to Smitley, and another one fouled off.
Smitley staying alive.
The Uniontown Athletic Director Harry Kaufman down the first base line.
Decent crowd.
Yes. Can't see all that's behind us to the right.
Yeah, I didn't venture that far.
Smitley ground ball here to third. They got one at second. Throw over to first, and they'll turn the double play. That went from Sutton to Smith to Valenti for a couple of quick outs there, Tony.
Yeah, and a nice turn right there. Good job by the third baseman. Nice feed. and they're running in, but that's only the second
out. Correct. Yeah, you didn't have anybody out. Just had two guys up so far this inning, Gresh and
Right.
Smitley. Yeah, we mentioned the first two innings really flew by, and then since the third inning on, it's kind of drug along here a little bit at Bailey Park for this first of two, with Albert Gallatin leading Uniontown by a score of 8-1.
Well, it was kind of interesting because I was in my office in Greensburg, and I listened to the first inning, and as quick as that one went, I'm thinking,
got you out the door.
Oh, man, I'm thinking like, oh, God. So I had to hurry up and
got you down here for nothing quick.
Nah, got me spaghetti dinner.
Yeah.
Well, I'm good to go. That was worth bailing out early.
And Caleb Bartok now at the plate. He'll swing at the first pitch and foul it off there on the right side. 0-1.
Looks like they might have cleared off that hillside a little bit. Huh?
I was mentioning that earlier. Of course, it's still early on in the year. Really hasn't got into the peak of the growing season, so
I know, but
I'm sure they did a little maintenance work to it. Bartok comes up empty there. Swing and a miss. Takes the count to 0-2. Uniontown softball team's supposed to be strong again this year as well. I know Josh was talking to me about their team earlier. Always good to see. They were a playoff team a year ago.
you know, the scary part about baseball is and softball season is it goes by so fast.
Correct.
I mean, like you start the season, the next thing you know,
you're into the playoffs.
You're into the playoffs. Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's only about, and it is, but 6 weeks at the very most.
I'd almost like to see high school baseball move to the fall and soccer move to the spring. So I think you'd get better weather days for baseball in September into October. And, of course, it's easier to play soccer in the spring because you can play in the rain.
Yeah, I think the only thing about that is you're probably going to have guys, and I'm sure that's why they did it, because you used to have
baseball players play football.
Well, you used to have three sport athletes.
Yeah, correct.
And you still have some.
Yeah, that would be harder. I get you there.
Yeah.
But, of course, that's the issue, trying to juggle and get these games in, especially for these schools that have grass fields.
Oh, it's always been. I mean, even back when I was in high school trying to play, it was like, oh, my.
That one popped up by Bartok, and again, no play on it. Well, they're making Myers throw a lot of pitches here at zone in the sixth.
Yeah, they sure are. Maybe I spoke too soon. He might not be able to finish this, although no activity in their bullpen yet.
But it could be somebody that's in the field as
Correct.
well. So
right.
I don't know that either.
Nope.
We do have 2 outs in the inning. A 2-2 count on Caleb Bartok. Uniontown down 8-1. Base is empty. Gresh got on Villanueva, and then Smitley hit into a double play. 6 o'clock church bells ringing. And a 2-2 pitch on the way here. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and that will do it. For the bottom half of the 6th inning, Uniontown comes up empty. They still trail by 7 as we move to the top of the 7th here on the C. Harper Auto Group High School Sports Day here on the WMBS YouTube page. And you have a job around the house that you just aren't fully sure how to tackle? Then it's time to call Fulham's Full Service, your best in Fayette gold medal winner for professional maintenance and handyman service. Fully licensed and insured, owner Cody Fulham does it all. From home renovations and repairs to landscaping and auto detailing, he is ready to help you. Call Fulham's today at 724-466-4194 and follow them on Facebook to learn about their projects and the work that they can do for you. Fulham's Full Service. Of course, the UPMC Rehabilitation Institute on Whalen Smith Drive offers cutting-edge physical therapy. Jim Burns and his staff are residents of the community. They treat sports injuries, neurological conditions, back pain, sprains and strains, and more. You can visit their office with a prescription from your doctor or schedule by direct access, 724-437-7500. And Henry and Stewart Audiology voted best in Fayette Hearing Center and Audiologist with offices in Cherry Tree Lane in Uniontown, 201 North Pittsburgh Street in Connellsville, and South Market Street in Carmichael's, a proud sponsor of Uniontown High School Baseball. Now moving to the top of the 7th, Tom.
Yeah, and we're used to seeing Jimmy Burns here with the Uniontown squad, but has actually changed up and actually went over to Laurel Highlands and is now one of the coaches up there. He and Joe LaPresta, Mark Edenfield, went over with Mike Smith, who's now coaching the Laurel Highlands Mustangs. So Jimmy over with the Mustangs again.
I was windy earlier, Tony, when I got here. In fact, one of my insurance cards actually flew out of my car, and somebody found it out there for me.
Flew out of your car.
Yes. Well, I was unloading equipment here, and it was real windy.
Oh, okay.
Somebody tracked it down. I appreciate that.
Look at that.
I ended up getting pulled over or something and couldn't produce insurance. It'd be somewhere down here at Bailey Park.
Yeah. Now, you were almost in jail up at Meadville, too, that last time
That was
we
not
went.
me. That was not me.
Yeah, it was. You almost ran that stop sign in downtown Meadville. That would have been a bad night to do it.
At the plate here for Albert Gallatin, Clay Smith leading off the top half of the seventh inning behind 1-2. What's extremely surprising, Tony, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday. Of course, congratulations to some of the Uniontown basketball all-stars. This ball hit high in the air into left field and getting under it and making the ground there. Lane Smiley for the first out of the inning. Notorious Grooms, Calvin Winfrey, and Kellen Milsom made the 5A South All-Star team, and they'll play the District 10 All-Star team in the Round Ball Classic. There's a couple of Meadville kids on the team, and I am surprised that that they didn't try to make a switch there.
Yeah.
Just, with everything that happened in that Uniontown Meadville game.
That's interesting.
Yes, I thought so as well.
Yeah. Then again, never know.
Yes. You've one out now in the inning. Matt Malinsky in the top of the order now up for Albert Gallatin. They're starting their fifth trek through the lineup. Jamison Carter, the third Uniontown pitcher that's been used in this game. And Malinsky with quite a shot there and a shallow right, and will drop in front of Adam Kramer for another Albert Gallatin hits.
And that was just well placed right
Yes.
there. I mean, you had the center fielder and the right fielder coming over as well as the second baseman drifting back, but just kind of landed right where nobody could get to it. So another base hit for AG.
Colonials up 8-1. We'll see if Uniontown can have some success in the second game of our doubleheader. Again, that'll start about 15 or 20 minutes after game one.
Got a nice view here of the new South Union Township Rec Center.
Yes. Wind blowing in right now. That one sent foul by Luke Wilson. Wilson came into the game with a .455 average, grounded out back in the first inning, picked up an RBI in the third, reached via an error in the fourth, and walked and scored a run in the sixth. He's had a busy afternoon. Counting out 1-1 from Carter to Wilson right now. Throw over to first, head first slide back safely there from Matt Malinsky.
Oh, they called a balk.
They got a balk. Wow.
Yeah. Umpire, it looks like Dan Butler on the base pass here today.
You know everybody.
Oh, Dan used to listen to all of our Penn State Fayette games.
Okay.
And remember, he used to come out and
I
see
probably,
us when we did.
recognize him if I see him.
Yes,
up
you
close,
will.
Yeah.
Yes, you will. But, yeah, it looks like Dan Butler. I don't know who's behind the plate.
I didn't get a chance to check with those guys to
But
get the names before the game either.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that's Dan.
So you have Wilson at the plate, 1-1 count on him. Again, 8-1. Albert Gallatin leading Uniontown. Pitch on the wing, swing and a miss. Now 2 strikes on Luke Wilson.
Pretty nice off-speed pitch there
Yes.
by Jamison. Nice pitch.
1-2 now on the way. This for a ball to even up the count at 2-2. Probably a smart move, though, Tony, to play 2 here today. Weather not looking good for the rest of the week.
Yeah. Well, even in the next week.
Yes. 2-2 pitch on the way. Misses high. Go full with 3-2. Again, Monday we're scheduled to bring you at 4 o'clock. Laurel Highlands in action against Bell Vernon, and the nightcaps Uniontown West Mifflin here at Bailey. Again, that's all weather permitting on Monday.
Well, the problem with that, too, Brian, is, might be nice on Monday, but the bad thing is they're calling for so much rain over the next few days.
Correct. Field might not be playable.
These fields might not be able to dry out in time.
Get a 3-2 pitch. Wilson swung and missed. That's your second out of the inning. And now Gino Valenti at the plate. His 5th plate appearance. First pitch to Valenti misses high. Valenti so far this afternoon. Single to left field back in the first inning. Walked and scored a run in the third. Sac fly RBI in the fourth and flew out in the sixth. 1-0 on the way. Called strike, evens up the count at 1-1.
Yeah, we were talking the other day, actually, our colleague Steve Suprick and I. That's kind of what he was saying. It'd be nice if we had a main field sort of that had turf to where both teams could actually play, especially in inclement weather like this.
Now, I've been saying for years, if you had both Uniontown and Laurel Highland School District get together with South Union Township to turf the main field down there, you'd be able to have both schools utilize that field and also have the township utilize it as well. And it'd be a win-win-win for everybody. We'd have to have two school districts and the township all agree on it to make it happen. Of course, the township did a great job with the Little League field down there putting turf on it.
Yeah, that's pretty nice, I got to say.
So it'd be nice. I mean, I think in the long run, it would probably save on some maintenance as well. I mean, it's great to have the games here at Bailey. I know Laurel likes to play up at the high school, but if you can get games in easier that way, it'd be beneficial of everybody as Martin makes the catch there for the final out of the inning. So Albert Gallatin leading Uniontown 8-1. Red Raiders down to their final 3 outs here on the C.R. Parana Group High School Sports Day. In a world of big corporations and interpersonal experiences, there's something truly special about family-owned businesses. For over 70 years, the Mike Kelly Automotive family has been serving the community with integrity, honesty, and a commitment to putting families first. They're not stopping anytime soon. Their commitment to excellence in sales and service remains stronger than ever. You can visit them and experience the Mike Kelly Automotive difference, because when you buy from the Mike Kelly Automotive Group, you buy from family. At Farmanda Pharmacy, you're more than just a prescription. You're part of the family that is focused on your health. That's why Farmanda Pharmacy focuses on just prescriptions. Pharmacists Jim Capuzzi and Cheryl Goodwin take the time to listen, answer your questions, and guide you to better health. To sign up as a patient, visit farmandapharmacy.com or phone 724-626-9600. Farmanda Pharmacy, where prescription care comes first. Of course, a new location, Tony, from last year. They're on 119 now in the Health First Medical Building near the Fayette County Fairgrounds.
Yeah, and that's a nice building. Glad somebody put it to use, really. Ample parking and
yeah, easy to pull in and out.
Someplace I see Monday through Friday.
Twice a day, right?
You know it. To and fro.
So for Uniontown, they'll have Shane Kelly, Elam Martin, and the pitcher's spot, currently occupied by Jamison Carter, due up here in the bottom half of the 7th inning. Looks like we do have a new pitcher here for the Colonials. And that will be
21.
And 21. Looking at my roster here, Tone.
No 21.
21 is Gino Valenti.
There you go.
So Valenti into pitch. He was playing first base. I'll give us a new first baseman.
Well, that looks like yeah. I was going to say they switched positions there. So Myers did a pretty nice job though. Gave him 6 good innings, only allowing one run.
Now Valenti will try to close it out. Again, Shane Kelly coming to the plate for just the 3rd time in this game. Did pick up the lone Uniontown RBI back in the 4th inning. The Red Raiders scoring just 1 run. Down 8-1.
And these winds are kicking up.
Yeah. Guys might have paper flying everywhere here before all is said and done later on today. First pitch misses low to Shane Kelly, 1-0.
Have to gorilla glue him here to the.
I bought new duct tape too for the season. Your painter's tape probably is going to work in winds like this.
You don't think?
No.
Come on.
And Kelly sending this one high on the right side, again in foul territory, and making the grab over at first is Jason Myers for the first outs of this bottom of the 7th.
Tell you what, he did a really nice job just getting over to the fence and then waiting to see where that ball ended up. So nice play by Myers. That's a tough play, especially for a high school player there. Getting close to the fence and not exactly sure where you're at, but did a really nice job. Nice catch.
Carl, my picture's looking a little dark there. I know there's a way you can brighten it up a little bit there on the side. There's a little knob there to take care of that.
There you go.
Wind's blowing through here like crazy now.
Yep.
On my.
No, it's all mine.
Oh, your sponsor reads over there.
Oh, yeah, that's all my stuff. You know.
Now at the plate, Elam Martin. Martin, a little check swing.
So much per prep.
Now the count 3-0 here to Martin. Take that one. Well, was a called strike. Take us to 3-1. There's more of your stuff over there, Tom.
I'll pick it all up, Brian.
I'm going to go help Carl out here real quick. You're going to call the next sequence over there.
All right.
In front of you.
Now I need my cheaters.
There you go.
All right, so the count now 3-1. 1 out here. Bottom of the 7th inning. There's a swing. Was that a foul ball? They're going to call it a fair ball. Valenti over to first base. So now Elam Martin's going to be retired 1-3. And that's going to bring up, as you said, the pitcher spot. It looks like Jamison Carter is actually going to get a chance to hit here.
Down to 1 out left now on the Uniontown side. See what Carter can do here at the plate. Swings and misses at the first pitch there from Valenti.
Valenti coming in not necessarily a save situation here with a 7-run lead, but
Carter with a little poke down the first base line. Myers over to the line, won't have a play on it. Now 2 strikes on Jamison Carter.
Yeah, not sure. All my stats blew away, so not sure if Carter had an at-bat here yet this year, but
good luck keeping those in check here later on tonight. 2 strikes now on Carter, stays alive with a little check swing.
yeah, I know. We'll have to be sticking it under everything.
And Tony will have Josh Scully with him for game 2. Coming away about 15 or 20 minutes after our game 1 wraps up. 0-2 pitch on the way. Another check swing going towards third. This could do it. Sutton, long throw over to first in the dirt. And able to come up with it there is Myers. There goes E5 there, Tom.
Yeah, E5. Myers tried to short hop that, which really didn't have any other chance to do anything else with it, but just not a very strong throw. Cost a diamond, and Carter able to get on the air. Uniontown still has life.
Yeah, so we're not done yet. Now at the plate, Adam Kramer from the number 9 spot in the batting order. Kramer takes the first pitch inside for ball 1. Again, for folks just joining us, this is just the start. Game 2 of our doubleheader on the way next, so stay tuned. Might see the score now at 8-1, and I think you're going to check out, but a brand new game coming your way next. There's a nice cut from Kramer, but a fly ball in foul territory on the right side. Get a strike on him.
1 ball, 1 strike.
And Jason Myers started on the mound, went 6 innings, just yielding 1 run. Now Gino Valenti on in relief, runner going here. And another pitch fouled back by Kramer. Now 2 strikes on Adam Kramer.
Kind of interesting there, trying to run. You're down 7 runs with 2 outs. You would think that you'd want to try to get some base runners, but trying to get to the top of the order again, too.
Might want to even save some of these. If you get a couple runs together here, would you rather just save them for game 2?
Yeah.
That pitch missed. Of course, you're always trying to. You never know. I mean, stranger things have happened.
Oh, yeah. We've seen 6, 7, 8-run leads blown before, so I don't know how many with 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th, but
now the 1-2 pitch on the way here, and this ball well hits, and it will get knocked down by the second baseman Smith, who has no play on it.
Yeah, and that was a result of actually with Carter running there.
Out of position.
Yeah,
They call that an infield single.
Yeah, Smith tried to lean to the right there and try to get closer to the bag, and actually Myers was sneaking in behind the runner at first, so that opened up a pretty big hole over there for Uniontown, and actually able to pick up a base hit and now have 2 runners on.
At the top of the order, Lane Smiley on. I'll take the first pitch for ball 1 from Valenti. It's Albert Gallatin an out away from closing this one out. A little bit tougher to get than they thought here in the 7th inning. 1-0 pitch, and therefore a strike, evens up the count at 1-1.
It just caught the outside corner there. Good pitch by Valenti.
Talcott things cooling off a little bit as well with those winds blowing in.
Yes, it is.
1-1 pitch on the way, fouled off there by Smiley. So the count moves to 1-2.
I see. Coach Martin actually went with the jacket.
Yeah. I got a jacket back there. It was warm, though, earlier when we started.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's getting It's getting a little crisp out here.
Now the 1-2 as AG looks to close it out. Pitch on the way, check swing,
Ooh.
and rolled a ball, so we're even at 2-2.
Valenti was actually on his way out. He kind of thought that was strike 3. Pretty good-looking pitch, but just missed on the outside.
Umpires really want a long night.
Well, 2-2-2.
Yeah.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs.
And the pitch on the way, and another one fouled off there by Smiley. AG with those black uniforms on today, the little gray outline on the jerseys, gray pants with a black line down the legs.
I do like the flags on the right sleeve,
Yes,
though.
I like that. Yep. Throw back towards second.
Yeah, I'm not
Safe
so sure.
there.
Yeah, not so sure you need to worry about that guy
Yeah,
as
it's
much.
Carter.
Well, no, you got a 2-2 count.
Oh, I agree. It's a 7-run game.
Yeah,
I
you had
agree.
2-2. I mean,
I was just mentioning it was Carter at second.
oh,
not that
no.
Carter doesn't have speed or anything. I'm sure he's plenty quick on the base pass.
Oh, yeah.
2-2 pitch again, line drive, and that'll get through into right field. They're going to send Carter from third. Relay throw coming in, and Carter will score on the play, and Uniontown will tack another run on, so it's now 8-2.
It's not over yet.
Not over yet. Still with all this with 2 outs in the inning.
And again, nicely placed. Smith cheating up the middle a little bit at second base. And again, leaving a pretty big hole on that right side.
So an RBI there for Smiley. Now Hinsey at the plate. Braden 0 for 3 today. Did get on base via via an error back in the first inning.
Man, Hinsey was able to get a lot of time last year. Got a lot of playing time for Uniontown.
Yeah, I mentioned that earlier as a freshman. Saw plenty of time on a very solid Uniontown team that made the playoffs for a third straight year.
Yes, he did.
It says a lot about his future.
Yes.
0-1 count here. Hinsey swing and a miss. 2 strikes now on Braden Hinsey.
Yeah, just really fooled right there. Good breaking pitch by Valenti, and Hinsey was waiting for the fastball. That off-speed pitch just kind of threw him off a little bit.
Now Valenti trying to close him out. Hinsey high fly ball. And again, the wind playing havoc. It'll go to the shortstop position. And the catch made there by Matt Malinsky to close out this game. So the Albert Gallatin Colonials pick up their first win of the season. Knock off the Uniontown Red Raiders by a score of 8-2 here, Tony, in game 1. And hopefully you guys will have a little bit more competitive game in game 2.
Well, we'll keep our fingers crossed, me and Josh, and we'll see how this goes.
Again, have to thank Tony for his help there in the later innings of Game 1. Albert Gallatin knocks off Uniontown by a score of 8-2. Game 1 final score. And again, Game 2 coming your way next. So we'll sign off for now. We'll keep the same stream up for you folks watching online. Don't have to start a new stream. Second stream coming your way next. Again, your Game 1 final. Albert Gallatin 8 and Uniontown 2.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Bailey Park, where we are underway here for Game 2 between the Uniontown Red Raiders and the Albert Gallatin Colonials. The Colonials will be treated as the home team in this game, and they've already recorded a strikeout to get this contest started. So a strong start for Albert Gallatin, a strikeout for Lane Smiley to get this one underway. Smiley going to be in left field for the Red Raiders. Let's take a real quick look at the Red Raider lineup as we get this one started. Smiley down on strikes for the first out of the inning. Second batter will be Braden Hinsey, number 23, the center fielder. He'll be followed by Luke Gresh at first base, number 2. Gary Smitley will back cleanup and play third. First pitch here to Hinsey is in for a strike. Caleb Bartok will be working from the mound and batting fifth. Batting sixth will be Jamison Carter, who will be serving as designated hitter for Connor Hebda. And Hinsey's going to lift this one into right field. And chasing this one way back and making the catch is going to be Clay Smith from second base, working into shallow right field. Great effort there by him. 2 down here in the top of the first. Shane Kelly will play second and bat seventh for Uniontown. Elam Martin at short will bat eighth. Adam Kramer in right field. He'll bat ninth. Joshua Scully here with you tonight for Game 2. Tony Anola working with me on this game. Carl Childs behind the camera. Thank you, as always, for joining us on the WMBS Facebook page for this digital broadcast. First one in, called strike to get number 2 for Uniontown started. This is Luke Gresh. So far, so good, Tony, for the Albert Gallatin Colonials. They are not playing around here between the first and second batter, although good contact made here. Again, Smith going to cut this one off and throw on to first, and that's going to do it. 1, 2, 3. Great start for Albert Gallatin. And starting pitcher Gino Valenti. I didn't even have a chance to say his name. I think he probably threw fewer than 7 pitches in the top half of the first to get 3 outs from the Uniontown Red Raiders.
That's exactly right. Actually, I had him for 8, although I might have fudged one in there just because we might have missed something. But, yeah, but even an 8-pitch inning and a nice start for AG.
And we apologize for getting started just a few seconds tardy with the game. Tony and I did not have a real good indication as to when this game was going to start. The players were warming up in the field, and then all of a sudden they had a batter in the batter's box and were ready to start playing here for Game 2. Now, we do think there's a reason for that. Game 1, of course, started at 4 p.m. Brian Rozak and Tony called that game for you, and Uniontown, of course, came up short to Albert Gallatin by a score of 8-2. And we do believe there is some rain on the way here for the Uniontown area. We're, of course, downtown at Uniontown's beautiful Bailey Park tonight. And we do expect to see at least a passing shower or two coming into our area. So that may have motivated the officials and both of these teams to get this one underway, Tony.
Yeah, to get it cranked up quick and try to get it in before the rains. And as we said, expecting rain over the next couple of days. So these teams might not actually get any action until next Monday or Tuesday either way.
Plenty of rain in the forecast, as Tony shared. And be safe for those of you joining us tonight. If you're traveling anywhere tomorrow, we're expecting to see some severe weather. And, Tony, as you had shared with me between the games, really anyone north of us today was treated to some severe weather, some really, really serious weather moving through northern Pennsylvania and southern New York. And just where you were in Greensburg, you said you saw some thunder and lightning.
Oh, yeah, it was thundering and lightning like a actual summer storm. It was wild. Didn't get extremely dark or anything. Came down pretty hard for a while, but I thought it was going to be one of those rains that kept on going all night long, but kind of quit, and then the sun came out.
So we have 4 straight days of rain coming to us here in southwestern Pennsylvania. Caleb Bartok on the hill for the Uniontown Red Raiders. He's out for some revenge here for Uniontown, coming into this one 1-4, 0-3 in the conference. The Colonials 1-3 overall, 1-2 in conference play, just picking up their first win of the season against Uniontown here in Game 1. Here's your starting lineup for the Colonials. Batting leadoff and playing shortstop, number 27, Matt Malinsky. Batting second, number 13, Luke Wilson. He'll be in right. Pitching and batting third, number 21, Gino Valenti. Batting fourth and playing first base, Jason Myers. Batting fifth and playing the hot corner, Canyon Sutton. The center fielder, Evan Weekland, will follow Sutton. The bottom third of this lineup will be Ben Lilly at catcher, Hayden Metz in left field, and Jake Bellish, the designated hitter. Clay Smith, the second baseman, will be hit for by Bellish. And I believe we are just about to see the Colonials come up to the plate for the first time here in the bottom half of the first. Of course, the Colonials, the victors of Game 1. They're going to see if they can't repeat that feat. Everybody's chasing Bell Vernon, by the way, in Class 4A Section 2, the season is young, although Tony made an excellent point during the first game. Baseball season at the high school level goes by in the blink of an eye.
Oh, that's exactly right, and especially you get rained out a couple of days and you got to play about 3 or 4 days in a row. You better have a ton of pitching as well, and it's tough. I mean, really, if you don't have at least 3 or 4 arms on a high school team, it's tough to pick up wins.
The Colonials really benefited in that first game from seeing some pretty consistent work from the pitching mound. And right now, Caleb Bartok, the starter for Uniontown, is going to trot toward home plate and converse with his catcher here before the bottom half of this frame begins. Of course, again, although we are at Bailey Park in Uniontown, the Albert Gallatin Colonials will be treated as the home team here in Game 2. This was a game that they originally intended to host earlier this week, did not have a chance to, and now it's going to be part of a doubleheader here at Uniontown's Bailey Park. Caleb Bartok confirming with the infield, making sure everyone is as they need to be, and now I believe the catcher is going to have a word with our home plate umpire, and I do believe, Tony, you can correct me if I'm wrong, our home plate umpire here for Game 2 is Dan Butler.
Dan Butler is right. Not sure who's out in the field. I can't get a good feel for that, but I do know that's Dan behind the plate.
Dan Butler, what a great service he does for our local athletes here in southwestern Pennsylvania. He, I believe, officiates virtually every sport. And I think he may even have his paperwork to be a judge for figure skating at this point in time. He does it all. It's incredible.
Yeah, he gets around. There's no doubt about it.
So whatever conversation was happening behind home plate has concluded, although now the Colonial Bats have retreated to their dugout and they're conversing with a coach in front of the dugout. Head coach Nick Groover for the Albert Gallatin Colonials. I want to thank Coach Groover for getting a lineup to us prior to this game. I know we had a very quick turnaround. Again, I think largely due to the incoming weather. Uniontown under the direction of head coach Dennis Martin and assistant coaches Cole Shear and Hunter Smiley. And now Dan Butler will walk out to his partner in blue tonight, and he is going to pull the infielders off the field.
Well, I don't know if he saw any lightning or what, but looks like something's happening.
We had checked the radar between games. Now, today's forecast, Tony, is our weather is wont to do here in southwestern Pennsylvania in April. The forecast for today changed multiple times, and it looks like they're going to summon the Colonials back onto the field.
Interesting.
And the Colonials will return to their places. So can we assume, and we've got a visitor here to the press box. We're going to pause just for a moment and get clarification on the situation.
Hey, Coach. Okay. Valenti. Okay. 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 So you're just going to stay or going to start somebody else. Gotcha. A do-over.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Uniontown's Bailey Park for game number 2 of a doubleheader between the Albert Gallatin Colonials and the Uniontown Red Raiders. The Red Raiders will be the guest in this game. This is essentially a makeup of a game that was to be played at Albert Gallatin High School, and of course we say this in jest because we have just learned from Uniontown head coach Dennis Martin that because the starting pitcher for the Albert Gallatin Colonials here in game 2 had met a pitching threshold with his pitch count in game 1, he is ineligible here to pitch in game 2, and so we're going to restart the game. The work that Gino Valenti had done in the top of the first is erased, and we will see a new pitcher on the mound for the Albert Gallatin Colonials, Matt Malinsky. Malinsky had been listed at the start of this game as the shortstop, so Tony and I are going to do our best to track whatever changes may come. And it looks like potentially moving over to short will be, well, right now Clay Smith looks like he might play second and short. He did a fine job in the top half of the first of the false start game.
Well, actually, you got Valenti's going to go to second, it looks like. And it looks like Smith is going to shift over to short. And now you have Malinsky on the mound.
We'll do our best for you to roll with these punches. Now the Colonials are leaving the field yet again. So we're not sure what's happening.
Yeah.
Further conversation.
Interesting.
Uniontown Athletic Director Harry Kaufman now involved in the conversation.
Yeah, Harry's out there. Ready to rock and roll.
I meant to ask Mr. Kaufman prior to the start of today's game if he could possibly get me one of those vests that he's wearing. He has a very, very stylish Uniontown vest on that I've never seen offered prior to. I don't know if that's an athletic director special or not. So now everyone's off the field again.
And nobody knows what's happening.
And the Colonials are clapping in their dugout, so I'm not sure exactly what that means. The Colonials had come out and started a warm-up. We did have head coach Dennis Martin right here with us. He explained everything that happened. That seemed perfectly logical. And the fact that the game was only 3 outs old.
Well, my guess is that they're going to leave the 3 outs hold, is my guess. But I could be wrong, but we're going to try to figure this out.
Well, Uniontown is now returning to the field, so maybe we're not starting a new game after all. And the Red Raiders appear to be back in place as they have started this game once already. And everyone looks to be in the same locations. We want to thank you, as always, for checking us out on the C. Harper Auto Group High School Sports Night on WMBS and the Trib Live High School Sports Network. We are excited to be here. We are excited for baseball season. Your starting lineups this evening were brought to you by First Federal Savings and Loan Association of Greene County. We also want to remind you, you can experience the C. Harper Auto Group difference, the best price every time, all the time. C. Harper will beat any competitor's price or will pay you $1,000 cash. C. Harper offers free Carfax history reports, transparent repair orders on pre-owned vehicles, and the winner of the best new auto dealership in Westmoreland County. The C. Harper Auto Group, the best price every time, all the time.
Last inning, I had him for 8.
Sounds good. Thank you, Coach. So further clarification from Coach Martin, which we really appreciate. They are going to allow Valenti to continue pitching, so his top of the first half will stand. And we're told it is due to the same-day rule.
And there you have it. So it's not a do-over.
I'm assuming, Tony, that must be allowable in the sense that this is a double header and you're not picking up, moving, and playing a brand new game against a new opponent.
Well, excuse me, what really the case is, I mean, he's not taken a whole lot of time between games to throw pitch. So in other words, that 26 pitches that he threw in that first game, I mean, really he only took about a 10-minute break and then kept going from there. So I think that's what it is. I think once you've thrown and then you know, it's done and you basically rested for a while, that they're not going to let you throw again. So, hey, we'll see how this plays out. You don't know.
Certainly an interesting beginning here to Game 2. We're going to see Matt Malinsky step back into the batter's box. He's a right-handed bat, and he's again tapped to get things started for us here in this contest. Pretty strong start to the season for Malinsky, even coming into this day. He already was good for a couple of extra base hits. Has a double and a triple to his credit. That's prior to game 1 today. Caleb Bartok still loosening as Gary Smitley, the Red Raiders' third baseman, converses very quickly with a few coaches here on the third base side. And now we're ready to go for the bottom of inning number 1. Caleb Bartok will come set. He kicks and deals. Here's the first pitch at the bottom of the first. This one going to be fouled back sharply. And the spectator had thrown a hand out there, Tony, as if he was going to barehand that ball, but he was a solid 20 feet away from it.
Tried to hold the runner. So what's up, Mr. Kaufman?
What's up?
I guess.
Mr. Kaufman, we have pieced it together to the best of our ability. I think we understand, thanks to Coach Martin, really this one going to be fouled back toward the concession stand. Hopefully everyone covers up their nachos. The last thing you want in your cheese is a baseball.
So it was a do-over, but it's not a do-over. 26 pitches from. Okay. Gotcha.
Mr. Kaufman confirming for us the situation today, given that the opposing pitcher for the Albert Gallatin Colonials, Gino Valenti, is still technically working in the same day. He has 74 pitches he can throw here in the second game, of which we believe he has thrown 8.
That's what I have.
In the second
Unofficially.
game. Yes, unofficially, of his 74 pitch allowance. So it's an 0-2 count. Bartok will see this one hit back through the middle, nearly cut off by the Uniontown second baseman Sean Kelly. Kelly knocks it down in shallow center, scoops it out of the grass, throws on to first, but Malinsky is on first with our first hit of this second game in the doubleheader.
Malinsky starts off right where he left off in this first game.
We'll see how Luke Wilson fares. Wilson, the right fielder for the Albert Gallatin Colonials, right-handed bat with a runner on first base. Bartok will take a look at the runner. Here's the pitch. Malinsky going to go. Here's the throw down to second, and it is in time, and he is out and loses a helmet there, Tony. Big play for the Uniontown Red Raiders.
Beautiful throw by Connor Hebb to get out of the stance and able to shoot a rocket down to second base. And actually, he had Malinsky by a few steps, wasn't even close. So great play by Hebda and good throw.
Excellent break here for Uniontown to erase a base runner in the bottom of the first inning. Again, Uniontown looking to avenge a loss in game 1. Checking on this one is Wilson, and they'll defer to the first base umpire. They say Wilson is okay. He did not come around on that one. So the count will go 2-0. Bartok working here for the Uniontown Red Raiders in game 2. He'll kick and deal. This one on the way. Swung on by Wilson. Wilson, Tony, I think tried to hit that one off the Fayette County Courthouse. And thankfully for the Uniontown Red Raiders, he came up empty.
Wasn't getting cheated there, no doubt about that.
2-1 is the count. Bartok sends this one on its way. This one going to be upstairs, and Wilson will let it pass. 3-1 will go the count. The Uniontown Red Raiders in their home whites, although they are being treated as the visitor here in game number 2. Some maroon trim along with the maroon number for the Uniontown uniform. 3-1 on its way. This one is going to miss, and it's a walk. Wilson will advance down to first base and will be a second base runner for the Albert Gallatin Colonials here in the bottom half of the first. Remember, Malinsky erased as he is caught stealing. So we do have one down. Bartok will continue working now against his mound opponent, who has been the subject of much conversation, the left-handed bat Gino Valenti. Valenti will watch this one come in for a called strike, 0-1. The Albert Gallatin Colonials in a black and gray uniform tonight with some gray trim on the uniform top. And it looks like, Tony, Luke Wilson has his oven mitt on, so he's either planning on making us hamburger helper or taking off here in the near future. Bartok with the deal. This one going to be up high. 1-1 to count. I don't even know, Tony, if that's still a commercial. I cannot see those mitts without think about the
hamburger helper.
Yeah, the glove that was on the TV commercials all the time when I was a kid.
I remember those.
Checking on the runner here is Bartok. Wilson back safely in time. Working first base, Luke Gresh for the Uniontown Red Raiders.
Well, that's what Brian was saying, that pretty much everybody on this AG team has oven mitts to wear whenever they're running the bases.
Valenti going to swing his hips out of the way of this one. The pitch comes inside. Those have become very common, Tony. I don't remember those existing when I was younger. They have become very fashionable.
There was no such thing, put it that way.
Bartok will come set. He deals. This one down low. Snap throw from Hebda. Good block there by Gresh to stop that one from getting away. And Wilson just reaches a right hand out for the first base bag, and he's back safely. Count will remain favorable for Valenti. Bartok, right-handed pitcher. Long baseball career for that young man. He'll come set here again and deals. This one going to be hit skyward into the clouds. Good beat on it here. And it's going to be gloved by Lane Smiley. Easily done. And the out there is made in middle depth left field.
I'll tell you what, Smiley's a nice-looking left fielder. Does a nice job defensively. Made a couple nice catches in that first game and a good play there.
He moved very well in response to the ball. The wind has died down a little bit, too, which has to make tracking those fly balls a little bit easier. It has become, dare we say, a bit more calm as Bartok continues to work here. This one going to be hit low on the bat and dropped into right field. Wilson going to be held at second, and he trots back to second base. He was probably just 1 or 2 strides away from potentially getting picked off there as the stop sign came up. Jason Myers will log the single, and Wilson has advanced to second with 2 down here in the bottom of the first inning.
And that ball was pretty much a flare. Kramer did a nice job hustling in from right field position to hold Wilson to second base.
First pitch to Canyon Sutton. This one gets away from Hebda. The runners will decide against advancing, though. Hebda, pretty good job tracking that down. This field, Tony, to so many people in the Uniontown area, has some real historic value. When you think about this ballpark over the years, as Bartok checks the lead runner, but Wilson pretty confidently still strides off of second base. Back in the day, you had the railroad tracks just beyond left field. This one is in for a called strike. You had the Link Monster in left.
Yes.
The massive chain link fence in left field that just dared you to try to hit the ball over that. Many hits, of course, striking the Link Monster, and then you had to know how to play it
right
coming off of that. This one going to be hit into right center and easily gloved there. Good jump on the ball. Braden Hinsey comes across, gives it the glove, and we've played 1 inning here at Uniontown's Bailey Park. Thank you for checking us out tonight on WMBS and our Facebook page. We always appreciate you joining us. It's a beautiful night here in Uniontown. Joshua Scully and Tony Hanula here with you on a C. Harper Auto Group High School Sports Night. We'll take a short break and be right back with inning number 2. Are you tired of looking at your lawn and wishing it looked greener? Dreaming of a lush, vibrant, healthy lawn? Don't worry. Bartok Lawn Care is here to help, offering custom-blended fertilization and weed control packages, aeroofficiation, hydro seeding, and much more. Bartok Lawn Care has your lawn and local sports field covered. Contact Jared today, 724-366-3303, or visit bartoklawncare.com. Bad hair day, bad day at the office, bad day behind the wheel. Hey, stuff happens, even to the best of us. At least your car insurance rate doesn't have to take a hit. Get Erie Rate Lock insurance that will stay put until you change a car, driver, or your address, plus seriously good service. Now, that's something to smile about. Your Erie agent in Uniontown and Ross Draver Township is Sprouse Insurance Group, 724-437-9812, or go to SprouseInsurance.com. Erie Rate Lock is not guaranteed. Continued insurance coverage is not available in all states. In a world of big corporations and interpersonal experiences, there's something truly special about family-owned businesses. For over 70 years, the Mike Kelly Automotive family has been serving the community with integrity, honesty, and a commitment to putting families first, and we're not stopping anytime soon. Our commitment to excellence in sales and service remains stronger than ever. Visit us today and experience the Mike Kelly Automotive difference. Because when you buy from us, you buy from family. Welcome back to Uniontown's Bailey Park. Gary Smitley, a right-handed bat for the Uniontown Red Raiders, playing the hot corner tonight. He'll step in, and the first pitch he sees, he pops up towards some spectators seated along a path here in Uniontown's Bailey Park. 0-1 will be the count here in the top of the second inning. No score in game two. The Uniontown Red Raiders looking to avenge a defeat in game one. This one going to be a called strike, so now 0-2, and continuing to work for the Albert Gallatin Colonials, Gino Valenti. Valenti with a chance to put down Smitley here. He's going to stay alive and foul this one out of play. We've seen quite a few foul balls already reach roughly the same location, just out of play down the right field line. Smitley, one of those multiple sport athletes we talked about earlier, Tony. He's done just about everything for the Uniontown Red Raiders this year.
Well, yeah, and that's what we said. If Brian, he was mentioning about having baseball season during the fall, it'd be tough for Smitley, who's also a football player for the Uniontown Red Raiders.
Smitley will ground out here to the Albert Gallatin second baseman, ranging over to make that play, Clay Smith.
Smith already with 3 nice defensive plays here so far in this game.
Yes, he's done a really good job in the early goings here. One down. Top of the second inning. First pitch down low and in the dirt. At the plate right now, Caleb Bartok, the pitcher for the Uniontown Red Raiders. 1-0. Bartok will face his mound opponent here, looking to help his own cause. He's going to swing and hit this one into the ground. Scooping it up and throwing on to first base is the Albert Gallatin catcher, Ben Lilly.
Now they're going to say it's a foul ball. Must have got a piece of Bartok in the box. So he's coming back.
So Bartok with a chance for some new life. Always like to see batters take advantage of these opportunities. Bartok would have otherwise been thrown out there. Lilly did a pretty good job coming out of his stance and finding that ball. Pitch on the way from Valenti. This one going to be fouled back over the lights and to Charles Street. And someone's poor cat, Tony, was nearly struck by the baseball. There was a cat sort of carelessly rambling around a stump at the base of Charles Street, and that ball landed within about a foot of it. That was incredible.
Almost took one of his lives.
Yes, Bartok going to find this one through. Coming across to make that play for the Albert Gallatin Colonials and getting a glove on it, Matt Malinsky. But Malinsky not able to come up with it, and Bartok is going to get a gift.
Bartok going to reach on the air. So now Uniontown with their first base runner in this second game.
We'll see what Uniontown is able to do as Jamison Carter, the designated hitter, he's hitting for Hebda. It looks like we're going to get a courtesy runner as well, Tony. I believe, according to the roster that I have, this is Eli Friend, and it does appear to be number 5 himself. He'll trot out to first base and run for Bartok. First pitch to Carter is going to be fouled back. 0-1 is the count as evening draws on here in southwestern Pennsylvania. The wind remains, but it's not gusting anywhere near as it did in the first game. Valenti looking to limit Uniontown here. The Red Raiders struck for 2 runs in game 1. Carter will pop this one up. It appears to be out of play, and it's going to land in the bleachers along the first baseline.
Scattered the fans a little bit.
Jason Myers gave that one a long look, had hoped that one might drift back out over the field. Valenti will check on the runner now. Diving back is Friend. Friend in there in time.
Pretty good save there by Jason Myers to keep that ball from going into right field.
Myers will set up, looking for Valenti to possibly toss over again. This pitch in the dirt blocked by Lilly. He'll throw this one back out to Valenti. Valenti is on something of a true pitch count here because at the start of this game he could only throw 74 pitches. So far, he has not thrown many, to be fair. This one is going to be too low, and the count is even at 2. Dan Butler offering that up, and now the scoreboard operator will correct the scoreboard, which had been 1 pitch off prior to that. 2-2 is your count. 1 down, runner on first base here. The Uniontown Red Raiders at the plate. Pitch to Carter. This one in the attic, and Carter will leave it there like old Christmas decorations, and it's a full count. 3-2. Valenti now going to see if he can get out of a potential jam. If he walks Carter here, the Uniontown Red Raiders will have their first base runner in scoring position. Carter is going to lift this one into right field, and right away Clay Smith says, look, I don't need any help. I'll play the right field, second base, shortstop area myself. And Carter is eliminated on the fly ball.
Yeah, as we said, Smith with, 2 fly balls caught and 2 plays, a couple nice plays on a couple grounders for 4 of the outs so far for AG out of the 5.
Shane Kelly, the junior right-handed bat, will step in here. Kelly will take a ball downstairs and outside. Kelly, great start to the season for him offensively in the early goings. Kelly arguably was the most offensively successful Red Raider in their first couple of games, so a great start to the season for this young man. And he's going to try to keep it going. He's going to lift this one into right center, but it gets the glove there from Luke Wilson, and that's going to do it for the Uniontown Red Raiders. They leave one stranded here in the top half of the inning. We're going to take a break here on WMBS on a C. Harper Auto Group High School Sports Night. We'll be right back in just a moment with the bottom half of the frame and the Colonials returning to the plate. Since 1976, Davis & Davis has represented people and not insurance companies. Our lawyers have experience in litigating or settling personal injury claims, medical malpractice cases, and wrongful death actions together with domestic, real estate, workers' compensation, and municipal law experience. Throughout decades of work, Davis & Davis has successfully represented thousands of cases in local, state, and federal courts. For more information on how Davis & Davis can help you, phone 724-437-2799. Spring forward to the home construction season with First Federal of Greene County. First Federal's construction and improvement loans put you in charge of your dream home project and with all the tools you need. First Federal offers construction loans, owner building loans, and home improvement loans. With offices in Fayette, Greene, and Washington counties, your loan stays here. Visit with a First Federal loan officer today or apply online at firstfederalofgreene.com. First Federal Savings and Loan Association of Greene County, member FDIC, equal housing lender, NMLS number 458729. Welcome back to Uniontown's Bailey Park. The Uniontown Red Raiders will take on the Albert Gallatin Colonials here as the Colonials return to the plate for the bottom half of the second inning. The Colonials treated as the home team. No score yet so far in this one. The Colonials will see if they can't continue some success. They had some success in the first inning. The Uniontown Red Raiders did a good job of not letting anything get too far away from them. And Caleb Bartok is back on the mound to get things started here for the Uniontown Red Raiders. First pitch on the way here to Evan Weekland. This one is going to be fouled toward us. Tony incoming, and no sound, which means we were spared. Our poor roof here in the press box has been struck a couple times tonight, has seen some pretty fierce winds gust upon it.
Well, it'll wake you up whenever it hits this tin roof here, no doubt.
Oh, yes. Second pitch from Bartok, and Weekland going to try to straighten this one out. He hits it on a line, though, to Smiley, and Smiley gives it the glove in left field, and that's going to do it for Weekland. One down here in the bottom of the second inning. So now we'll see the Albert Gallatin backstop, Ben Lilly, step up to the plate. Lilly has done a really good job here in game number 2 of this doubleheader, operating behind the plate as he steps up here to face Bartok. Lilly coming into today a .333 hitter, right-handed bat. Already has driven in a run this season. This one, though, going to be pretty easily played by Uniontown. Nice work there for the Red Raiders by Martin, who ranged over, scooped that one out of the dirt, and threw on to Gresh. And Lilly is retired. Bartok here, Tony, working pretty efficiently, especially in this second inning, but he didn't have to work too hard in the first inning either.
Well, threw 18 pitches in that first inning, gave up 2 hits, stranded 2 runners, and right now, 2 batters and only 3 pitches. So pretty efficient as right so far in the second inning.
Hayden Metz at the plate. He'll foul this one back. It catches the net and lands nearly on home plate. The wind gusting toward us here in the press box right now, so it's blowing in from roughly right field. Bartok will deal here, 0-1, now 0-2. This one fouled back nearly the same way. Mets so far this season coming into today, still looking for his first hit. He has scored a run. That's prior to game 1. That's going to see if he can't defend himself here just a bit. He's behind in the count now, 0-2. Caleb Bartok will kick and deal. Here's that 0-2 pitch. This one's going to miss outside. 1-2 is the count. The Uniontown Red Raiders looking to get a win here this evening over a rival. I suppose you can see the Red Raiders over many, many years of athletics in all forms. Here's the pitch from Bartok. This one in for a strike. And Bartok's going to do it here in the second inning with a big strikeout against Hayden Metz. So we played 2. No score here at Uniontown's Bailey Park when we come back. It's the top of the third frame between the Red Raiders and Colonials right here on WMBS and a C. Harper Auto Group High School Sports Night and the Trib Live High School Sports Network. Henry and Stewart Audiology, voted best in Fayette Hearing Center and audiologist, with offices at Cherry Tree Lane in Uniontown, 201 North Pittsburgh Street in Connellsville, and South Market Street in Carmichaels. That's Henry and Stewart Audiology. The UPMC Rehabilitation Institute on Wayland Smith Drive offers cutting-edge physical therapy. Jim Burns and his staff are residents of the community, treating sports injuries, neurological conditions, back pain, sprains and strains, joint replacements, hand injuries, and other conditions. They treat you efficiently and safely by taking all necessary precautions while disinfecting the clinic on a regular basis. All insurance accepted, experienced therapists, convenient location and hours, part of the community. Call the office with a prescription from your doctor or schedule by direct access 724-437-7500. Welcome back to downtown Uniontown. The Uniontown Red Raiders taking on the Albert Gallatin Colonials here in game number 2. The Colonials victorious 8-2 in game 1. The Red Raiders in the top of the third inning treated as the visitor here in game number 2. We'll look to see if they can't continue a little bit of success against Gino Valenti. Joshua Scully with you tonight alongside Tony Hanula and Carl Childs behind the camera. Tony, this is the 90,000th. Let me repeat that. This is the 90,853rd day in Uniontown's history. Uniontown founded 90,853 days ago, and I'm glad I'm spending this special occasion with you and Carl tonight.
We'll have to mark that one down. A day that will live in infamy, huh?
Yes, sir. Martin at the plate for Uniontown. He's going to foul this one back. I had to do the math on that. When I read that today, that is 7.8 billion seconds.
You had a lot of time today, huh?
Incredible. July 4th, 1776, the day Uniontown was founded. This one fouled back. Of course, when Uniontown was founded, no one had any idea across the state the Declaration of Independence was being presented for the first time. It would have taken weeks for that news to reach here in what would become Fayette County, was Westmoreland County at that time, as Martin, the right-handed bat, going to see if he can't get something started here in the third inning. Pitch on the way from Valenti. This one is hit well to right field, but it is going to land in foul territory. Pretty good contact there by Martin. So he will trot back down the first baseline and try that again. Straighten that out a little bit, Tony. That could have double.
Yeah.
Written all over it.
Tell you what, he just missed it by about 3 or 4 feet there down the line. I actually thought it might have curved in there at one point, but just kind of faded out, so still comes back with still a 1-2 count and nobody out.
This one going to be chopped into the ground and cut off by who else but Clay Smith. And Smith throws on in time. Nice work there, too, by Jason Myers, who stretched out to get that one. Smith has played just an excellent game here in the field working the Keystone. It's incredible the number of times the Uniontown Red Raiders have hit the baseball right at him, but I think that's really a compliment more to Smith because he always finds his way in front of it regardless of where the ball goes. He's even chased down a couple of fly balls. First pitch here to Adam Kramer, and Kramer comes up swinging, and he's going to line out to Matt Malinsky. So 2 Red Raiders down here in quick order in inning number 3.
Red Raiders still looking for their first hit. They did have one base runner in Caleb Bartok, who got on an error, but still searching for the first hit in this second game.
Lane Smiley, left-handed bat, will get his second go here in game number 2. This one will miss.
Smiley, the lone strikeout victim in that first inning.
Uniontown has definitely made some contact here in this game as Smiley cuts through this one and will even the count at 1. The Red Raiders have struck the ball to several different places, and unfortunately there's always been a Colonial on the other side. Just waiting for a chance to find one through. This one going to be checked on by Smiley, but taken for a strike, so he falls behind now, 1-2. You'd like to think the Red Raiders are due to drop one in somewhere without a Colonial. This one going to be chopped right at Clay Smith, who comes up and throws on to Myers. Stop us if you've heard that one before. Smith to Myers for the putout, and that's going to do it for the top half of the third inning. We're going to take a break here on WMBS. We'll be right back with the bottom half of the third inning on a C. Harper Auto Group High School Sports Night in the Trib Live High School Sports Network. Busy day, feeling unwell, don't feel like driving, but you need your prescriptions? No worries. Farmana Pharmacy delivers to your home or workplace for free. Stay comfy at home or focused at work. Farmana Pharmacy delivers Monday through Friday, so you don't have to worry about picking up prescriptions. It's fast, easy, and hassle-free. Call 724-626-9600 or visit farmanapharmacy.com. Farmana Pharmacy, prescription care and convenience delivered. Zen's Antiques and Home Decor, a part of the Cinder Shack family of vendors where you can find both antique and new furniture, collectibles, housewares, gift items, including jewelry and candles, and so much more. Follow Zen's Antiques and Home Decor on Facebook for new items and information on upcoming events throughout the holiday season. Zen's Antiques and Home Decor in Building 2 at 3391 National Pike in Farmington. Zen's Antiques and Home Decor, a part of the Cinder Shack family of vendors. Welcome back to downtown Uniontown, Uniontown's Bailey Park, here on a C. Harper Auto Group High School Sports Night and the Trib Live High School Sports Network. Our starting lineups at the beginning of this game were brought to you by First Federal Savings and Loan Association of Greene County. I suppose, Tony, if we want to be really technical, we could have shared those starting lineups a couple times because I feel like this game started on 3 separate occasions.
Well, it actually did. Bring them out, reel them back in. Bring them out, reel them back in.
Yeah, we've seen that happen a few times at least. Caleb Bartok, first offering here to the designated hitter, Jake Bellish, for the Albert Gallatin Colonials. He will bat in place of Clay Smith. I suppose there is some real strategy here, Tony, as we see a ball here from Bartok and a 2-0 count. I initially thought, okay, maybe as I'm looking at this lineup, Bellish is a stronger batter than Smith, and you want to get the strong bat in the lineup. 2-0 pitch coming, swung on by Bellish, 2-1. But what I really think is you have to rest Clay Smith.
For as many plays as he's
right,
made defensively.
Because he's so busy.
He's had a great game, boy, I'll tell you. Really done a nice job defensively.
Yes, he's been incredible This ball fouled down the first base line, almost fair.
Well, Gresh was trying to wait and see if it was actually going to curve back into fair territory. Smart play there, but no luck.
Very close play. 2-2 count now on Bellish. Bartok has worked his way back into the count. This one over Bellish's head. Full count.
I know, and Bartok was kind of looking. He didn't think that missed by much, and I don't think it did either, to vantage point that we have.
Bellish may have done a good job at selling that. Pitch on the way. Bellish now draws some contact. This one's going to drop in just in front of a diving Braden Hinsey. And the ball will be eventually cut off by the Uniontown right fielder, Adam Kramer. Hinsey so close there, had the ball skip just under his glove. He came a long way. And unfortunately for Uniontown, that one is able to get down and through, and Bellish now finds himself at second base.
Yeah, and a good try by Hinsey. And fortunately, that grass is pretty high out there. I don't think it's been cut just yet. Fortunate enough to where it didn't roll away too far from him and able to hold Bellish just to a double.
That's a good point, Tony. On a fast track, that could have been maybe some real trouble.
Yeah. I mean, he made a good try, and it just didn't stay in front of him. But fortunately, like I said, didn't get very far past him.
0-1 to Malinsky is lifted into right, and that one is going to get down just ahead of Kramer. Kramer has a hard time finding it in the grass, but they will hold Bellish. And so a single for Malinsky has the Colonials threatening here in the bottom of the third inning of game number 2.
Well, Malinsky now 2 for 2. Singled in his first at bat as well, so now 2 Colonials on the base pass. And fortunately for the Red Raiders, Bellish kind of spun out a little bit as he was rounding third base, or he might have scored easily. But kind of slipped a little bit, and Kramer was able to get that ball in and hold him to third base.
Right-handed bat Luke Wilson will step in for his second go. Wilson drew a walk in his first appearance. This one, a snap throw by Hebda, is going to get away from Smitley, and that's going to allow Bellish to score easily. Smitley cuts off the throw, and we're going to see a 1-0 advantage now for the Albert Gallatin Colonials. Miscue there. And ultimately, Malinsky is going to do what he couldn't do his first time through. Malinsky was picked off on a beautiful throw by Hebda in the first inning. Now he successfully makes it to second base as Bellish drew all the attention.
Yeah, and pretty risky play there by Hebda to try to get Bellish. He really didn't have that big of a lead. It would have taken a pretty good throw to even try to get it close. But the error is going to cost Uniontown a run.
Bartok checks on the runner. Pitch on the way to Wilson. Wilson takes a big cut. Fouls this one back. Bartok right now just trying to limit the damage. The Colonials with a runner in scoring position. Wilson with a chance to pick up an RBI here in game number 2. Colonials scored 8 times in the first game. Pitch on the way from Bartok. This one will also miss. 1-1. Bartok has missed to that spot, just missing perhaps a few times so far this evening.
And just a little bit high.
Keeping an eye on Malinsky. This one going to be hit by Wilson. The pop-up looks playable, and it is indeed playable. Caught easily there by Martin, who stepped out to the deep infield, not quite to the grass, and got a glove on that one. So that's a good break there for Uniontown, as they're going to face really the thick of the Albert Gallatin Colonial order. You're going to see the 3 and 4 batters more than likely coming to the plate. Gino Valenti with a chance to help his own cause. This one upstairs, and Valenti will leave it there 1-0.
Yeah, Valenti flew out to Smiley in left field his first time up.
Certainly Uniontown will want to keep Malinsky right where he is. On second base, Bartok giving him a very long look here. Now a bunt attempt. This bunt goes foul, and that will even the count at 1.
Well, pretty good thought there by Valenti because Smitley's playing pretty deep at third. And a lot of room if he could drop that down the third baseline would beat it out easily. And more importantly, it'd be a tough play for the Red Raiders to try to get Malinsky if he took off and tried to come to third base.
Strong wind gust here blowing in from right field with a 1-1 count on Valenti. And this time he takes a big cut and drives the ball at Hinsey, but Hinsey's got it. Great catch and a snap throw to second base. Diving back is Malinsky. Look out. That ball was hit on the line. Wind or no wind, but Braden Hinsey said, hey, look, high grass or not, I'll cut it while I run and still make the catch.
Tell you what, he did make a fine play right there. And again, that was one of those ones that was hitting the gap. He shaded over quickly, made a beautiful catch, and nearly doubled Malinsky off of second base. Tried to get it in quick and didn't get probably as much as he wanted on the throw, but nice play there.
Myers will foul this one off. Valenti coming into today actually had some strong offensive numbers for the Colonials. He had a batting average 500. So the Red Raiders retiring him produced some more good news for themselves. Now they'll need to get Jason Myers. Myers has done some good work in the field today as well, playing a good first base for this Colonial team. This pitch will miss and even the count at 1 as evening continues to encroach here. The lights on now at Bailey Park. Bartok will take a look at the runner and then offer. Good pitch there. Myers took a cut, could not find it. So Bartok now just one strike from getting out of an inning that had a bit of an ominous start. Uniontown keeping this game within reach with an out here. This pitch again upstairs from Bartok. 2-2. Caleb Bartok looking to pick up a win for the Uniontown Red Raiders. He'll step off the mound here and shoo Malinsky back to second base.
Yeah, working on this will be his 20th pitch of the inning.
This one will miss, so you have to wonder, although he was pretty effective in the second inning, you have to wonder how long he will remain in the game for Dennis Martin, the head coach of the Uniontown Red Raiders. Bartok will deal here. This one going to be popped up. That should be an easily playable ball in foul territory, and Luke Gresh drifts over and makes the catch, and that's going to do it here for inning number 3. The Colonials strike for 1. It is 1-0. When we come back on WMBS and a C. Harper Auto Group High School Sports Night and a Trib Live High School Sports Network, we'll be in inning number 4, nearing the halfway point of this contest. We'll be right back. Henry and Stewart Audiology voted best in Fayette Hearing Center. An audiologist with offices at Cherry Tree Lane in Uniontown, 201 North Pittsburgh Street in Connellsville, and South Market Street in Carmichael's. That's Henry and Stewart Audiology, voted best in Fayette Hearing Center and audiologist. Welcome back to Uniontown's Bailey Park here on the WMBS Facebook page. Our starting lineups earlier today brought to you by First Federal Savings and Loan Association of Greene County. C. Harper Auto Group High School Sports Night here in the city of Uniontown for the Albert Gallatin Colonials and the Uniontown Red Raiders. We're ready here for inning number 4. Uniontown trails by just 1. Pitch on the way and well struck. And this one, Clay Smith could not get hot off the bat of Braden Hinsey. And Hinsey is on first, and that's an impressive feat, not just a sharply hit ball, but one that somehow Clay Smith did not get his glove on.
Yes, I was going to say that is the first time he's been in range for everything that was hit and just out of his reach. And a good start here for Uniontown in this inning with Hinsey with the leadoff hit.
Hinsey, of course, does bring some speed to the proceedings. We've seen that already. This one going to be fouled back, well out of play by Uniontown's number 2, Luke Gresh, the junior. Gresh listed at first base, and he also listed as a pitcher. Braden Hinsey also listed as pitcher and outfield. He's just a sophomore, played an important role as a freshman for this team. Throw over to check on Hinsey. He's back. Hinsey, Tony, is someone you would love to see Uniontown work around the bases, manufacture yourself a run. Obviously, Valenti has been pretty good against you, but you'd love to see Hinsey with his speed get worked around.
Well, not a very big lead by Hinsey at first. Valenti tossed over one time, but really only about a 3 or 4 step lead, so nothing major over there. He is being held on by Jason Myers.
Valenti working here in the 4th inning. Again, he started with a pitch count. He was allowed to throw 74 pitches in this game. This one going to be smacked into the ground. Smith will ignore Hinsey and throw on to get Gresh. Gresh is erased. Hinsey, though, moved into scoring position. You have to wonder, Tony, how many. Now, thankfully, the infield, before I say this, I'll say one very important fact for our viewers at home. The infield here at Bailey Park, remarkably dry for the amount of rain we've got. So, obviously, it's being cared for. But you have to wonder how many mothers are in the stands right now watching these Uniontown Red Raiders run around, dive in the grass, dive through the dirt with these crisp white uniforms on and thinking to themselves, oh, my goodness, this one going to be popped out. Unfortunately, Gary Smitley getting under that one. And 2 are down here for the Uniontown Red Raiders now. They're going to need some good contact to get Hinsey from second base to score. And that's going to fall, ironically enough, to Caleb Bartok, the pitcher for Uniontown. He's going to have a chance to tie this game up for himself against Valenti. Pitch on the way from Valenti. This one is going to be hit, hopefully for Uniontown foul. This one out of play.
Bartok reached on an error. First at bat, was stranded in the 2nd inning.
Bartok was the first base runner of this game for the Uniontown Red Raiders. And this one going to be lifted into right field, well out of play, foul ball. 0-2 is the count. 2 down here in the top of the 4th. Hinsey will trot back to second base. Of course, he's running on anything. When we think about, though, Tony's sponsors for spring baseball, you got a local dry cleaning business. And Bartok is going to chop this one through the infield, and it is through. Braden Hinsey around third. The throw to home. Hinsey is in, sliding across. Bartok going to try to get to second. He is out there, unfortunately, but the run will stand, and the Uniontown Red Raiders have tied the contest at 1 here after 3.5 innings of play. We'll take a break on the WMBS Facebook page. It's a C. Harper Auto Group High School Sports Night here on WMBS. When we come back, the Colonials return to the plate in the bottom of the 4th inning. Experience the C. Harper Auto Group difference. The best price every time, all the time. C. Harper will beat any competitor's price or will pay you $1,000 cash. C. Harper offers free Carfax history reports, transparent repair orders on pre-owned vehicles, and is the winner of the best new auto dealership in Westmoreland County. The C. Harper Auto Group, the best price every time, all the time. Spring forward to home construction season with the First Federal of Greene County. First Federal's construction and improvement loans puts you in charge of your dream home project with all the tools you need. First Federal offers construction loans, owner-builder loans, and home improvement loans. With offices in Fayette, Greene, and Westmoreland counties, your loan stays here. Visit with a First Federal loan officer today or apply online at firstfederalofgreene.com. First Federal Savings and Loan Association of Greene County, member FDIC, equal housing lender, NMLS, number 458729. Welcome back to Uniontown's Bailey Park. Joshua Scully here with you tonight alongside Tony Hanula and Carl Childs. Of course, our first game One in favor of the Albert Gallatin Colonials, 8-2. Brian Morozak, Tony Hanula, and Carl Childs handled that game for you. I've had an opportunity to step in here for game 2, and we'll see if we get a different result as well. It's a 1-1 game heading into the bottom of the 4th inning following the big hit by Caleb Bartok to score Braden Hinsey in the top half of this frame. Bartok helping his own cause out to tie this game, and now he'll try to limit the Colonials from putting any more runs across the plate. Big cut here to start the bottom half of the 4th, but so far so good, Tony, really from both teams. Both teams have done some elements of the game well. Yes, it's only 1-1. We've seen some great plays, though.
Well, you have it, and you know what? You look back at that catch that Hinsey made, sliding into center field to make that catch and to hold Malinsky to second base, and that was huge in that previous inning with Albert Gallatin batting. So give Hinsey a great applause there for making a nice catch and saving a run.
Of course, Hinsey also scoring a run on the other side of things. Bartok with a 1-1 offering here. This one going to be fouled back.
Yeah, you've got Sutton, Weakland, and Lilly due up for the Colonials here in the 4th inning.
Kenyon Sutton playing third base. This one in for a strike, and he's done on strikes. One down so far for the Uniontown Red Raiders here in the bottom half of the 4th.
And the second strikeout of the night for Bartok. He had gotten Hayden Metz in the 2nd inning. So now here's Weakland, who flew out to left field, his first at bat.
Weakland again going to send this one into left, and look out. Someone might need their bicycle to get this one. It's off the chain link fence, and then scooping that one up is Smiley. He's going to throw the ball in, but the double damage is done. Good contact there. Coming up swinging, too, to say the least, for the Albert Gallatin Colonials, Evan Weakland. Tony, I was just about to say Weakland did fly out, but had made some pretty good contact, and that time he made very good contact. The park really just held that when he hit that one at the base of the Mayor Bill Gerke sign. It was that close.
Yeah, he did give that ball a ride. Good job by Smiley to get that back in as quick as he did.
Yes, and Martin, of course, was in a good position, too, to act as relay if Weakland had tried to press his luck there.
So Weakland with the one-out double. 5th hit so far by the Colonials in this game, too.
Ben Lilly, the backstop for the Colonials, right-handed bat. He'll stand in with a runner in scoring position. Weakland, fairly conservative lead. Bartok, though, still will step off and consider his situation before proceeding.
Now, you don't want to give up too much of the right side of the diamond. Worrying about the runner at second base. I mean, you're going to try to hold him a little bit, but, you know, he's still going to get a decent lead, but you don't want to give up that opportunity to get a base hit and score a run.
That's a good point, Tony, because there is a fair amount of space right now between where Gresh is standing and where Kelly is currently positioned. This one going to be hit right to Smitley. He scoops it out of the dirt, throws on to Gresh for one. Now they're going to try backside here, and Weakland just beats the tag by Martin. Weakland waited on that very patiently. Smitley, I hope, is okay. He's maybe holding his hand or wrist there.
Well, that ball came up a little bit on him and kind of caught him on the bare hand. Still hung with it and made a strong throw to get Lilly at first, but Smitley's still trying to shake it off a little bit. So now 2 down, and you have Weakland at third. It's going to be out of play.
This one coming our way, and no contact, so it must have cleared us, thankfully. We have right now Hayden Metz at the plate, strikeout victim last time through, and Bartok in front of him again now, 0-1. Weakland, about a 4-step. Now make that 5-step lead off a third. Here's the pitch to Metz. This one gets away momentarily from Hipta, but he finds it pretty quickly. 1-1 now the count. That one low and outside. Bartok would really do himself and his team a great service here. to get an out any way, shape, or form, keep this a 1-1 game. We're, of course, through the halfway point of this 7-inning contest. Met's going to foul this one back to the softball field. Well foul. And that one seemed to cue up the wind, which has begun to gust again pretty strongly. It's rippling the Uniontown signage. There's a maroon and white Uniontown cover across the outfield fence here, and you can see it moving just like water as the wind blows across it.
You know, Old Glory flapping pretty good out there in center field.
Yes, indeed. Bartok will just stare Weakland down, and Weakland now is going to be shoot all the way back to third. This pitch in for a strike, and that's going to do it. Bartok rings up Mets to end the inning. What a strikeout and what a break for the Uniontown Red Raiders. Caleb Bartok getting it done all the way around so far for Uniontown. He drives in the run. He limits any further damage. We've played 4 here at Uniontown's Bailey Park. We'll be right back on the WMBS Facebook page on a C. Harper Auto Group High School Sports Night. We'll be back in just a moment for inning number 5. In a world of big corporations and interpersonal experiences, there's something truly special about family-owned businesses. For over 70 years, the Mike Kelly Automotive family has been serving the community with integrity, honesty, and a commitment to putting families first. And we're not stopping anytime soon. Our commitment to excellence in sales and service remains stronger than ever. Visit us today and experience the Mike Kelly Automotive difference, because when you buy from us, you buy from family. Welcome back to Uniontown's Bailey Park. We're currently taking a look right now at some of the notes that Brian Morozak, who worked play-by-play in game number 1, had shared as part of the Sprouse Insurance pregame show. And some of those notes include the following. Uniontown, of course, with first-year manager Dennis Martin, who had served as an assistant under Kenny Musco. Nick Groover is the head coach of the Albert Gallatin Colonials. Both of these teams are young and were swept in their opening series. Uniontown lost 11-2 and 12-0 against Bell Vernon. Albert Gallatin lost 2 to West Mifflin by scores of 6-0 and 9-3. And right now the Uniontown Red Raiders in position to avenge potentially a Game 1 loss to these Colonials. Valenti continuing to work. This pitch over the head of our leadoff batter for the top of the 5th, Jamison Carter.
I have Valenti unofficially at 43 pitches.
So he's a little over halfway through what we think he can work.
Right. Yeah, we said, 74 pitches allowed in his second game.
Yes, sir. So he's getting close. You'd like to see the Red Raiders maybe hang a larger number on him this time. Carter will watch a pitch down and away, and this is exactly what we're talking about for the Uniontown Red Raiders. Carter with a 3-0 count. Valenti has been very sharp, though, here so far this evening. This one in for a strike, 3-1. Right now the wind obviously moving some uniforms, moving some signage. This one's going to be in for strike 2. We've got a full count now for Valenti. 5th inning, 1-1 between the Uniontown Red Raiders and the Albert Gallatin Colonials. Carter going to poke this one toward Clay Smith, who rushes in, flips it to first, and gets him just in time. Clay Smith at it again. What wonderful work he's done for the Albert Gallatin Colonials. He's almost a magnet for the baseball, it seems. He
Six ground outs hit to Smith so far in this game. That doesn't count, 2 flyouts as well.
Yes,
Yep.
2 flyouts he ran a long, long way to get. Big swing here is going to come up empty for Sean Kelly. Kelly, we had mentioned during his first at-bat, started the season off very strong. We talked just before the start of this inning about the experience of some of these 2 teams so far. Both struggled a bit in their opening series. Pitch here to Kelly, going to be swung on, and Kelly is going to be done on strikes very quickly. 3 straight pitches for strike, and Kelly is out.
Now, interestingly enough, that's only the second strikeout by Valenti. He had struck out Lane Smiley to lead off the game and didn't pick up his next one till 1 out in the 5th inning.
This ball well struck by Martin. Look out. It gets down in right center. Has a couple of hops on it, too. Martin going to hold up at first base. But some good contact there by Martin to get things started. Martin has looked pretty sharp in the field. To his own credit, he's a sophomore, listed as a shortstop and pitcher. So Elam will stand on first base for Adam Kramer. Got to give a shout out to Adam Kramer. Much like myself, he's a Franklin Township native. He's going to chop this one right at Clay Smith, though, and he's going to be thrown out at first base despite some excellent hustle, beaten by a step. That's going to do it for the top half of this inning. We'll take a break here on the WMBS Facebook page. When we return, it'll be the home half. Albert Gallatin again being treated as the home team here in game number 2 on a C. Harper Auto Group High School Sports Night and the Trib Live High School Sports Network on WMBS. The UPMC Rehabilitation Institute on Wayland Smith Drive offers cutting-edge physical therapy. Jim Burns and his staff are residents of the community, treating sports injuries, neurological conditions, back pain, sprains and strains, joint replacements, hand injuries, and other conditions. They treat you efficiently and safely by taking all necessary precautions while disinfecting the clinic on a regular basis. All insurance accepted, experienced therapists, convenient location and hours, part of the community. Call the office with a prescription from your doctor or schedule by direct access 724-437-7500 for the UPMC Rehabilitation Institute on Wayland Smith Drive. Welcome back to Uniontown's Bailey Park on an early April evening that has really brought everything April is known for here in southwestern Pennsylvania. We've had some high winds throughout the course of the day, some thunder and lightning, maybe a passing shower, also some moments of sun. Probably some snowflakes somewhere, somehow.
I was going to say all 4 seasons rolled into one.
That's right. Southwestern Pennsylvania, certainly capable, and during different times of the year, certainly capable of doing just that. Caleb Bartok remains on the mound, and he's going to go to work here against Jake Bellish. Bellish, pretty successful for the Colonials last time through. Tony, you'll remember his hit into center field that just barely skipped under Braden Hinsey's glove.
Right. Doubled and scored. Scored the only run so far for Albert Gallatin.
0-1 pitch on the way. This one fouled back sharply by Bellish. 0-2. Caleb Bartok doing a good job here, going toe-to-toe against Gino Valenti. Valenti, we knew, pretty tough customer. Caleb Bartok looking the part as well, and he gets Bellish to cut through this one, and Bellish is down on strikes to start the bottom half of the 5th inning. And that's going to bring us back to the top of this Colonials order.
Matt Malinsky. That's the 4th strikeout, back-to-back strikeouts for Bartok. He struck out Metz to end the 4th inning.
This pitch will get away. Hebda not quite able to get a glove on it. 1-0. Malinsky has looked pretty spry in the field. Now, I know we've given a lot of credit to Clay Smith. Anytime the ball has gone away from Clay Smith, Malinsky has done a good job as the shortstop for the Albert Gallatin Colonials. And he has looked pretty spry on the base paths as well. He's going to ground this one to Martin. Martin gets a glove on it but could not quite secure it. And Malinsky is going to find his way onto first base. Malinsky, boy, Tony, he's kind of had a knack for that tonight.
Well, he had a knack, and good try by Martin. I mean, Martin knows that Malinsky has pretty good speed, tried to charge the ball and scoop it up all at one time, but just couldn't get the glove on it to make the play. So Malinsky's safe at first, and that's going to bring up Luke Wilson. Wilson has walked and popped out to the shortstop, Martin.
Luke Wilson has a big, big swing, and I'm fearful for some of the windows here, not far away from the park, if he would get a hold of one. First pitch is a strike. 0-1. Bartok now, of course, does have to worry about the base runner. This stage in the game, every pitch counts that much more.
Now, and Gresh holding Malinsky over at first. As we said again, pretty big hole, pretty big gap on that right side of the diamond.
This one outside. Hepta does a good job of reaching out there and securing it. Wilson will be followed by the pitcher for the Colonials, Gino Valenti. Pitch on the way to Wilson. This one is going to back Wilson off the plate and make this count go 3-1. So Bartok certainly not going to want to lose Wilson here. Want to keep the Colonials off the bases. Wilson again took an impressive cut. Came up empty.
Well, this would be a huge out, especially if he can pick up his 5th strikeout of the night against Wilson here.
Bartok taking a quick peek at the runner. Pitch on its way upstairs, and that's going to walk Wilson and put runners on first and second here against Uniontown in the bottom of the 5th inning. Night has fallen upon our fair city here in southwestern Pennsylvania. Some lights popping on around Bailey Park and homes and businesses. Bartok first offering here. Good looking pitch, but called a ball to Gino Valenti. Valenti is a lefty, so you really got to worry about that gap between first and second right now. It's still there. Second one also going to miss, and a little bit of frustration there from Caleb Bartok. I think he wanted both of those last 2 pitches to be called strikes. He just missed on both. Now Valenti going to pop this one foul. And well out of play here down the left field line. 2-1.
Now the Red Raiders hoping for a pitcher's best friend here, a double play ball to get out of this inning.
There is one down, opportunity for that. This one is downstairs, though, and will make the count go 3-1. And you certainly do not want to see a situation here where the bases are loaded. Valenti takes a big cut at this one, but again hits this one foul. Out of play down toward a school bus that's parked here at the end of the left field line. Lane Smiley gave it a long look, but that one was not reachable. Full count. Big opportunity here for Caleb Bartok. Righty taking on the lefty. Pitcher versus pitcher. Pitch on the way, and he hits Valenti. And that's going to load the bases.
So Valenti, first batter hit by Bartok. He actually has only issued 2 walks so far in this game to go along with 4 strikeouts. Now we're going to have a meeting at the mound.
Conversation here for the Uniontown Red Raiders at the pitcher's mound with the bases loaded here in the bottom of the 5th, 1 down in a 1-1 game. Tony, I can't let this broadcast go by without mentioning we lost a real pop culture icon yesterday from the 1980s and 1990s. Val Kilmer passing away at the age of 65. Hard to believe.
That is hard to believe. I don't like to hear those 65s, 63s, 62s. I don't like to hear that. It's kind of in my my date range. But throat cancer survivor, and you know, really was struggling. I guess he lost his voice. What? Like in 2013 or
several
something like
years
that?
ago.
14,
yes.
yeah.
Pitch on the way here. This one is going to miss. Ball 1. The Albert Gallatin Colonials with a chance to really change the dynamics of this game. Jason Myers, the first baseman, at the plate. This one, Myers will duck out of the way of. 2-0 is the count.
Red Raiders are in on the corners, first and third. Second and short, playing back double play depth.
Uniontown really looking for a break here. This one in for a strike. That's a step in the right direction. 2-1. Bartok has done an excellent job for Uniontown so far today. Danced through the raindrops a little early on, but really settled down after that. This one is going to be lifted into left field. No, it's going to actually drift over to center, and it falls in. Everybody lost it, including myself. And unfortunately, a couple of outfielders did too. Snap throw to home's not going to be in time. And the Colonials will only get one, mainly, Tony, I think because no one was sure where that ball was going. It looked like it was into left. Smiley moves in, and then all of a sudden it drops into essentially shallow center field.
Well, it's kind of interesting because you had Hinsey out there who was giving it the, I can't find it, I can't see it, but at least it held the runners there because, they're not sure if he's decoying or not, but they had to wait for it to land, so fortunately only giving up one run here. And, it's tough. You get into these lights and, it's a little bit different playing at night.
Tony, I'm not sure what's happened. The runner who was standing on
the runner at second base was
called out.
Yeah. Well, they had a force play. I mean, Hinsey made a nice throw, a nice strong throw. So that was the second out. So Wilson, I'm sorry, not Wilson, but Valenti was thrown out at second, so he's going to be out 7-6.
He stood there for a long time.
Yeah.
I had assumed he had beat it.
Well, it was a force play, no tag necessary. And, I actually was looking for it, too. I was waiting for the signal, didn't see the ump signal, but once I saw the guy off base, then you knew what happened. But, yeah, good play by Hinsey to get that ball back in as quick as possible and get that out.
Bartok throws one up, snap throw down to second base. And now a runner is going to try to score on the backside of the play, and he is
out.
What a tag at home by Hebda, reaching across and getting a tag down on Albert Gallatin's number 13, Luke Wilson, who on the backside of that play I think not only had the green light, but I think he thought he had a pretty smooth course to home plate in Uniontown. Now, Tony, what a turn of events. You had a very difficult situation with the ball dropping into center field. Hinsey gives you the good throw to second base. You get your second out there, and not only do you get the out at home, but you manage to give up just the one run in a situation where we thought, yikes, a big hit there for the Colonials could have broken up the game.
Yeah, exactly right. Nice play. I mean, it was – I don't think it's what they drew up, put it that way. I mean, I actually thought it was going to be an error on the catcher going into the outfield there, but nice play by Martin to corral it and make a strong throw to home, and Hebda able to put the tag on. So nice play by Uniontown. Like I said, I don't think that's one where they practiced it a whole lot like that, but fortunate to only give up one run in that inning.
So far, so good for the Albert Gallatin Colonials. They lead 2-1 when we come back on WMBS and a C. Harper Auto Group High School Sports Night and the Trim Live High School Sports Network. The Colonials will see the Red Raiders return to the plate in the top of the sixth inning. At Farmana Pharmacy, you're more than just a prescription. You're part of a pharmacy that is focused on your health. That's why Farmana Pharmacy focuses on just prescriptions. Pharmacists Jim Capuzzi and Cheryl Goodwin take the time to listen, answer your questions, and guide you to better health. To sign up as a patient, visit farmanapharmacy.com or call 724-626-9600. Farmana Pharmacy, where prescription care comes first. Welcome back to Uniontown's Bailey Park. We're ready to go for inning number 6, scheduled to play 7 innings. Gino Valente going to start us off here with a called strike. We believe, at least I believe, that is what the umpire signaled. We have a bit of a difficult vantage point here. This one is going to be hit foul and out of play by Lane Smiley, top of the order for Uniontown.
And you are correct. They did call the first pitch a strike.
So it is 0-2 for Smiley. Smiley is going to play some defense here and try to prolong this at bat. And he's cut through, and that's called a strike. So maybe that first pitch, Tony, was a ball. Maybe we've got a 1-2 count. bit of confusion here. That happened in game one as well, as far as the pitch count is concerned. This one going to be dribbled down the first baseline. Could be interesting, but good play there by Myers to get the tag down just in time on Smiley, who was shot out of a cannon there down the first baseline. Myers able to swing a hand out and get the ball on him for the first down.
Yeah, good hustle by Smiley. And a nice play by Myers. Actually thought Smiley was going to get past him before he actually got the ball in his glove to try to make that play. But
and that could have made it interesting because there really wasn't anyone close to covering. I think Smiley could have beat anybody else to the plate.
now, I would definitely agree. Clay Smith tried to get over there in time, but it would have been close.
Braden Hinsey with a 1-0 count. Hinsey has done a lot for Uniontown tonight. He takes a cut here and misses. 1-1.
Yeah, Hinsey 1 for 2. He popped out the second baseman, Clay Smith, his first at bat. And singled in his second at bat, and there fouls one off over the screen.
Hinsey down 1-2 now. Braden Hinsey has shown off his speed a couple times tonight, and at this point in the game, you'd really like to see him find his way onto base, and this could be it. A bouncer toward Malinsky. Malinsky up and throws, and it skips into Myers just in time to get Hinsey. 2 down. Good work there for the Colonials. Hinsey pushing it down the line, but Malinsky able to fire over a throw and get the out. 6-3 on that put out.
Tell you what, Malinsky made a nice play, but Myers made a better play over there to get that scoop. That was a really hard ball to kind of pick up, and he did a nice job. So now it's going to bring up Luke Gresh. Gresh 0 for 2. Reached on a fielder's choice. Grounded out to second base.
Gresh cutting through the first one. Will go down 0-1. This one he's going to lift out of play in the face of a pretty fierce gust of wind that blows in from right field. The Colonials have really shown off a strong infield tonight, from Lilly behind the plate to their other infielders. Everybody has been in pretty good sync. Gresh reaches out. I think he gets a piece of this, but needs a moment. Maybe had the ball bounce up and catch him. That'll afford an opportunity for Valenti and Lilly to speak as Gresh composes himself and now returns to the batter's box. Top of the 6th, 2-1. Gresh behind 0-2. The 0-2 offering on the way. Gresh is going to pop this one up out of play down the right field line.
Couple fans down there making an effort.
We've seen quite a few tonight go out that way. Gresh will watch this one go by, so he extends the at-bat, which of course for Uniontown right now is important if you'd like to see someone else other than Valenti on the hill. This one well hit by Gresh, but right at Malinsky. Malinsky, big throw over to first, gets in by a step. That has been the theme of the night when you hit it into the infield against this Albert Gallatin Colonial team. We've played 5.5 innings now here at Bailey Park. When we come back on the WMBS Facebook page, it'll be the bottom of the 6th inning. The Colonials will return to the plate and see if they cannot secure a little bit of a cushion in this 2-1 lead they currently hold on a C. Harper Auto Group High School Sports Night on WMBS and the Trib Live High School Sports Network. Tired of looking at your lawn and wishing it looked greener? Dreaming of a lush, vibrant, healthy lawn? Don't worry, Bartok Lawn Care is here to help. Offering custom blended fertilization and weed control packages, aerification, hydro seeding, and much more. Bartok Lawn Care has your lawn and local sports fields covered. Contact Jared today at 724-366-3303 or visit bartoklawncare.com. Welcome back to Bailey Park. Joshua Scully and Tony Hanula here with you tonight, along with Carl Childs behind the camera. We've reached the bottom of the 6th inning in a 7-inning contest. 2-1 is the score in favor of the Albert Gallatin Colonials. Of course, Albert Gallatin occupying a relatively healthy part of southwestern Fayette County as far as its geography is concerned. Takes its name from Albert Gallatin, who for many years lived in that part of Fayette County. He is considered one of America's founding fathers, served as Secretary of Treasury for a very long time. Today, speaking of that, Tony, is the anniversary going all the way back to 1792. Today, in 1792, Congress passed the Coinage Act, which established the U.S. Mint and gave birth to the form of currency that we know today in the United States, although it's gone through quite a few changes over the years. From that point onward, states were discouraged from printing their own money, and of course Albert Gallatin some years later, under the presidencies of Thomas Jefferson and James Madison, would serve as the Secretary of the Treasury, and I suspect he saw his fair share of American currency during that time. We've got a new pitcher on the mound for the Uniontown Red Raiders. It will be Braden Hinsey.
Yeah, Hinsey's going to come to pitch, and out in center field now is going to be Ethan White. Number 10, the sophomore, going to check in. And a good job by Bartok. Really threw a pretty nice game. Gave up 6 hits and 2 runs. Had 4 strikeouts, 2 base on balls, and a hit batter, but threw 79 pitches in this contest.
Bunt shown, but the first pitch of the at-bat gets away. I do believe we have a new catcher in for Uniontown as well. I believe this is Jamison Carter behind the dish now for Uniontown. Carter had served as the designated hitter for Connor Hebda, who had started the game, but I believe this is
Now you are correct.
Carter with the catching gear on.
Yes. Leading off for the Colonials is Canyon Sutton.
Sutton, the left-handed bat, with a 2-0 count, facing Braden Hinsey. Hinsey is a lefty. Will deal here. This one down low, 3-0. Tony, have you ever been out to Friendship Hill, Albert Gallatin's historical home?
It's been a long time. I should say I was there when they built it, right?
3-1 is now the count. That property originally purchased by Albert Gallatin in the 1780s. Added onto the home many times throughout the decades. Even had a son add on to that home later in the 19th century. This one down low and is going to walk the batter. So Sutton gets a free pass to first base.
Yeah, and obviously the first base on ball issued there by Hinsey coming in here in relief.
So now we'll see Evan Weekland. Weekland has made some really good contact a couple of times this evening. Right-handed bat. Where's number 1 for the Colonials? This first one down low. 1-0. Uniontown really just looking to keep this as tight as possible and give their bats an opportunity in the top of the 7th to make up what for the Red Raiders will hopefully be just 1 run. This one will also miss. 2-0 goes the count. Sutton so far pretty conservative coming off of first base, just a few steps. Gresh looking to hold him on there. Hinsey will look that way, now deals. And this one is going to just miss. That pitch looked good from here, but the home plate umpire disagrees, and it's going to go 3-0 as Hinsey looks to get this at-bat back under control and hopefully not walk a Colonial into scoring position. Snap throw over to Gresh, and diving back is Sutton. He's in time. Have to say this, Tony. This crowd has stayed pretty faithful tonight. I know we've got 2 local teams, but a good crowd for Game 1, a pretty good crowd for Game 2 as well.
And a lot of blankets out there.
This one misses, and that'll be 2 walks issued by Hinsey. Sutton, the lead runner, will move into scoring position, and Weekland will step over onto first base.
Yeah, you got to be careful here. Do have 7, 8, 9 hitter Lilly, Metz, and Bellish, but can't afford to give up another run.
This one down low. Lilly will leave that one in the basement, 1-0.
Yeah, Hensey just needs to kind of relax a little bit, take a couple deep breaths, and come on back, throw a strike, get a little bit of confidence back right now.
2-1 is your score. Bottom of the 6th inning, scheduled to play 7. This one is going to be popped up. Gresh will watch it, leave play, nearly striking a light pole.
And a little kid.
Yeah, a couple of children over there helping us with the baseball. I've never seen that cat come back, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, that might have been his 9th live.
Yeah. My goodness, that was very close. I'm reminded of that highlight they show every baseball season of Randy Johnson blasting apart that poor bird. This one going to be hit into center, so here comes White. And this one's going to drop in, a miscommunication there. Martin ends up with the ball, throwing on to Smitley. Over Smitley's head, then off the links, and Smitley scoops it out of the dirt. And so the bases are loaded full of Colonials now. White came a long way for that ball, and we've seen that happen tonight. Outfielders losing track of the baseball.
Yeah, Martin was out there, but that would have been a really tough catch for him.
Yes.
And White was playing pretty deep. Obviously, you're trying to guard against any extra base hit, but just one of those things where it just fell in the right spot.
Martin would have virtually had to catch that over his shoulder.
Yes.
First pitch on the way here, a called strike, and certainly would like to see that theme continue against Hayden Metz, who has struggled with the strikeout tonight. The Red Raiders could really use an out here. Bases full of Colonials. 0-1. This one misses inside, 1-1. Hayden Metz has struck out 2 times this evening in a 2-1 ball game. Canyon Sutton leading off at third base. Pitch here from Hensey. This one will also miss, 2-1. Sutton represents a 3-1 ball game. If he is able to score, he's got a really sharp pair of cleats on. White with a gold design. This one swung on and missed by Metz. That'll even the count at 2.
Yeah, really would need a big out here. Metz has gone down twice via the strikeout. Hensey looking to make it 3.
Pitch on the way from Hensey. This one struck back up the middle, knocked down there, and the play is thrown on to get Metz, but unfortunately a run will score. Shane Kelly doing a nice job as the second baseman for Uniontown, knocking that down and staying with the ball the entire time. But a run does score for the Colonials, and that's going to make this a 3-1 ball game with 1 out in the bottom of the 6th.
Yeah, and a good job by Kelly just to knock that ball down and keep it from going in the outfield and increasing the damage. And actually, Hensey nearly got clipped.
Yes.
Ball came back through the
close.
box pretty close to him, but unable to make the play. But good play by Kelly, but even so, the Colonials tack on another run.
Pitch here from Hensey inside, forcing Bellish to take a step back. Bellish, the designated hitter for second baseman Clay Smith. If Kelly does not knock down that previous hit, Weakland probably scores. This one inside as well, 2-0. Weakland, not unlike Sutton in the fact that he's taking a pretty healthy lead here off of the hot corner. Hensey will come set. Pitch on the way to Bellish. Bellish, big cut, but he comes up empty. 3-1 now your score. Bottom 6. Uniontown with just the 1 out. They could really benefit from a strikeout here. This one is going to miss. 3-1. Bellish has struck out once. Delivered the big double early in this game. That was really our first truly big hit. Bellish going to foul this one back. Full count.
And the Uniontown infield obviously playing in, trying to cut down any chance of another run.
Hensey, the lefty, facing the right-handed bat and Bellish. Here's the pitch on its way. Bellish hits this one weakly to short. Martin throws home and overthrows Carter. So Weakland will score. And Martin doing exactly as Tony had forecasted for us, trying to prevent that run from scoring, and just had a little too much zip on the baseball. I think if he has that just a bit more targeted, he probably does indeed get Weakland.
Yeah, he charged the ball very nicely, and actually throw just got away from him a little bit, but I think it would have been extremely close. And I think you're right, Josh. I think he would have had Wheatland with a good throw.
Hinsey now looking to limit any further damage, try to keep this one within winning range for the Uniontown Red Raiders. They lost the first game 8-2. They're losing this one 4-1. And we are back to the top of the order for the Colonials. This is an 0-1 situation to Matt Malinsky. Hinsey steps off the mound. Runners on the corners for Albert Gallatin. Malinsky has found his way on base every time so far tonight. He fouls this one back to Charles Street.
Yeah, actually 2 hits and got on an error. Scored a run in that 5th inning.
Has proven himself pretty spry on the bases as well. Hinsey snap throw over to Gresh.
Ooh.
And Gresh.
Great save
Yeah.
by Gresh right there. I thought that was going to be trouble, but Gresh somehow came up with that catch.
He's able to step over top of Bellish there to secure the baseball. Here's the pitch from Hinsey. This one going to miss down low. 1-2 now the count.
You know, interestingly enough, you thought that you would have saw Bellish take off. Try to get another runner in scoring position.
True, especially, and there's a strike called, and that's going to be a strikeout against Malinsky. I was just about to say, Tony, especially with the success that Malinsky has had at the plate.
Right.
You might put the game out of reach if he finds the way to deliver another single for you, or even a situation that would have produced an error. Malinsky had proven to be both good and lucky early in the game. Big swing here, and my goodness, that wind gust had my life flash before my eyes as the shutter on my side has fully closed. So we're going to count on Tony to tell you what happens with Luke Wilson.
Wilson, the dribbler, fouled down the third baseline.
And we had talked about this. We had joked about it earlier, the possibility of these shutters coming shut. And thankfully, I'm okay. I'll be back in school tomorrow.
Tell all your students.
Yes, if anyone's listening, Mr. Scully's still
Mr.
in
Scully's
one piece.
still
For
alive.
better or worse, they're probably thinking, we were that close.
Day off.
This one misses.
I know that thing came down pretty quick on you,
It
too.
did.
Yeah.
I was surprised Carl trying to work on the one on his side.
Carl kind of caught it, so he was good.
And they're going to allow the runner. No, the
Well,
strike is called, so it
strikeout.
does not matter. Okay. Well, Uniontown ends on a strong note. They keep it at 4-1. We'll go to the top half of the 7th inning here at Uniontown's Bailey Park. We are all safe and in one piece, so we might as well finish the game on a C. Harper Auto Group High School Sports Night on WMBS and the Trib Live High School Sports Network. Experience the C. Harper Auto Group difference, the best price every time, all the time. C. Harper will beat any competitor's price or will pay you $1,000 cash. C. Harper offers free Carfax history reports, transparent repair orders on pre-owned vehicles, and is the winner of the best new auto dealership in Westmoreland County. The C. Harper Auto Group, the best price every time, all the time. Zen's Antiques and Home Decor, a part of the Cinder Shack family of vendors, where you can find both antique and new furniture, collectibles, housewares, gifts including jewelry and candles, and so much more. Follow Zen's Antiques and Home Decor on Facebook for new items and information on upcoming events throughout the holiday season. Zen's Antiques and Home Decor and Building 2 at 3391 National Pike in Farmington. Zen's Antiques and Home Decor, a part of the Cinder Shack family of vendors. Do you have a job around the house that you just aren't sure how to tackle? Then it's time to call Fulham's Full Service, your best in Fayette County gold medal winner for professional maintenance and handyman. Fully licensed and insured, owner Cody Fulham does it all, from home renovations and repairs to landscaping and auto detailing. He is ready to help you. Call Fulham's today at 724-466-4194 and follow them on Facebook to learn more about their projects and the work they can do for you.
So Uniontown down to their last 3 outs. Gary Smitley, he'll be followed by Caleb Bartok and Jamison Carter. Count even now at 1-1. Valenti back in. Unofficially, I only have that he's allowed 9 more pitches. I could be wrong, but Smitley now 1-1. Make it 1-2.
Big cut there. Right now, Uniontown just in need of some base runners, and I'm sure they would be glad to take those however possible here in the top of the 7th. And Smitley fouls this one back to stay alive. Uniontown got a really strong start there out of Caleb Bartok, and really, truth be told, Braden Hinsey bore down on the Colonials at the end of the bottom of the 6th. Just a rough start there. Had some calls not quite go his way. A couple of pitches I think he thought were going to be strikes. And here's Smitley reaching out and hitting this one into left, and it's down off the fence. Smitley around first base, full speed ahead into second, and Gary Smitley is in with a leadoff double. Look out. Get out your tomahawk. The Uniontown Red Raiders are in business here in the top of the 7th inning.
Smitley with the 4th hit of the night for Red Raiders, and right now, perfect timing and a good start. And that's going to do it for Valenti. As we said, I had him at 72 pitches, so now you're going to bring in Malinsky. Looks like you're going to have a courtesy runner, too, for Gary Smitley.
Number 20, Cam Culp, the junior outfielder, will replace Smitley. Smitley, what a hit. And, Tony, he just sort of reached out with the bat. And at first I'm thinking, well, that's the kind of hit that maybe he pokes just over the third baseman's head and he drops it right here in front of us. But, my goodness, the strength. He drives that one deep into the outfield. And, again, I think we saw an example there of the outfield not getting quite the response they wanted because, as we've seen from the Uniontown Red Raiders outfielders, hard with the lights to track that ball the way you'd want to. And a little bit of a slow jump on that ball allows it to get down. And it's a double to lead off the inning for Uniontown.
Well, yeah, and the thing of it was, too, Smitley, the way he hit the ball, I mean, it started to curve away from the left fielder, and he had a pretty tough time with it. Tried to angle it off there, but really just kept slicing away from him. And Smitley with a leadoff double, and the Red Raiders trying to pick it up here. Down 4-1 right now. Nobody out, no runner on second base.
Matt Malinsky will move from shortstop to the pitcher's mound while he loosens. We'll share a word from our sponsors. From 20 years, Bigley Tree of Somerset has been providing premier land management services across the region, offering a wide array of services, including vegetation control, right-of-way restoration, land clearing, building demolition, erosion and sediment control, access road installation, and more. Bigley can do it all for you. For more information, visit bigleytree.com. That's bigleytree.com. Or call them today at 814-444-TREE. Bigley Tree, construction support services done right. So Malinsky will move from the shortstop position to the pitcher's mound.
Clay Smith now moves to short, and Valenti's going to go to second.
Okay, so some familiar faces and familiar names. Just in new positions.
Now you have Caleb Bartok. Or no, this is going to be
Ethan White.
I'm sorry, White, who checked in center field. I'm sorry.
He's going to show bunt. And not quite able to track the baseball down that time. 0-1. Malinsky has some very impressive numbers on the season from the mound as well for the Albert Gallatin Colonials. White going to take a big cut here and miss. And earlier in this game when we had the false start, when it looked like Valenti was not going to be allowed to pitch, they did send out Malinsky to begin to loosen, and then they called him back. So the Colonials had expected at some point we may see him. This one going to be a called strike, but a successful steal here down to third base for the Uniontown Red Raiders' Cam Culp. Uniontown, of course, in need of 3 runs. They've got 2 outs left to work with and a runner in scoring position. And we'll see Jamison Carter, who started this game as a designated hitter, sophomore catcher and pitcher. This one in for a strike.
Malinsky coming out and pretty much just throwing all heat. Has yet to throw any type of off-speed pitch.
Pitch on the way here. This one again taken for a strike by Carter. 0-2. The Red Raiders with an opportunity here. Gary Smitley delivering the big double. 0-2 on the way. Carter's going to poke this one out and over top of the first baseman. Carter on to first base and a run scores, and the Uniontown Red Raiders have just made this a 2-run ball game here in the top of the 7th inning. Jamison Carter finding the spot in right field.
Carter, as you said, Josh, just really just kind of stuck out that bat, little check swing action. But he's able to pick up his first hit of the night, and more importantly, an RBI, and making this a 2-run game.
4-2 your score. 1 down, top of the 7th. First pitch going to be up high. Called ball against Shane Kelly. Kelly with a chance to really make things interesting. He represents the tying run, should he find his way on against Malinsky. Malinsky deals. This one swung on and dropped into center field. Tony, buckle up. We've got runners on first and second base here in the top of the 7th. Tying run is aboard. Go ahead run, Tony, is entering the batter's box.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, the Red Raiders not giving up here, no doubt. 2 runs, it's going to bring up Elam Martin. So only 1 out. And the Red Raiders trying to make this a contest here, only down 2. A little gapper would tie this one up.
Martin has made good contact tonight, has played a good shortstop tonight too, and now the Colonials would like to confer.
Now they're going to kind of talk about a little bit of who's going to cover and who's going to do what, but also, you know, you've got a runner on second base, so you're worried about the signals. But the thing of it is, if I'm Uniontown right now, I'm sitting dead red because Malinsky has yet to throw an off-speed pitch. So wait on the fastball and pick one you like and try to drive it.
Malinsky will pitch here. Big swing by Martin.
Yeah, I mean, you know what's coming. There's no doubt about that.
Martin looking if he cannot continue the success that the Red Raiders have found so far here in the 7th inning. Martin turns away from this one. Martin getting some instruction here from head coach Dennis Martin. Keeping these Red Raider hopes alive, even if Martin reaches base anyway, anyhow. Martin fouls this one back. It's going to make this a 1-2 count.
Yeah, taking some pretty good cuts there. Just missed that one.
Malinsky does not strike me, Tony, as a pitcher who's going to throw many balls. He looks like he's working the heart of the plate.
Yep. Heart of the plate and all giddy up.
1-2 on the way. Martin is going to lean out and look at this one. Double still, no, just a single still here. It's going to be successful.
Coach Martin not happy. Shane Kelly didn't get the signal. And obviously that's what Coach Martin was yelling at Elam Martin in the batter's box to take a look.
So Kelly will stay on first. 2-2 is the count. Malinsky check the runners and deals. Martin chops this one back to the Colonials dugout.
Yeah, and that could be huge. I mean, Kelly missed that sign. If he gets the second base, I mean, a base hit here ties this game up.
That would be huge. Still an opportunity for that. Kelly, bit of a conservative lead, more of an aggressive lead here off of third base right in front of us. Martin leans out, looks at that one. The pitch gets away, and we're going to have a play at the plate, and the Red Raiders have scored down across home plate. Jamison Carter, hello. It's a one-run game here in the top of the seventh.
Well, more importantly, Kelly able to get to second base now, and now he's in scoring position with only one out.
A huge turn of events for the Uniontown Red Raiders, who had a difficult bottom of the sixth.
Oh, and it's a full count now on Martin as well. So a walk here puts another runner on for the Red Raiders.
Malinsky chops this one back toward the pitcher. Martin to Malinsky. Malinsky gloves it and throws on. But now, Tony, how about this? Shane Kelly stands at third base. He is the game-tying run. There are two outs. And due up is Adam Kramer.
Kramer in the 9 spot. And anything that gets past, I mean, do you try to score Kelly? Third baseman is playing way off, so you can get a huge lead. I'd get Kelly down a little bit further, because anything that gets past that catcher, you might want to try to score him. I mean, you figure you want to go even with what the lead is the third baseman's giving you. So you're right, Coach Martin kind of showing him where he wants him to go. I'd go down even further than that. You can get back before the third baseman would come to cover.
Kramer fouls this one back to make the count 1-1. Tony, I keep sensing myself leaning forward to see what's happening, and then I've got one eye on this shutter and one eye on home plate.
We're going to have to give you a hard hat the next game.
Yeah, maybe. 2 down, 1-1 count. Tying run on third base. Here's the pitch. This one way up high. Kramer will leave it. 2-1. If Kramer is able to reach, let's say hypothetically via a walk, we go back to the top of the order for the Red Raiders. As Tony pointed out, Kelly can be aggressive here. It's a 1-2 count. Malinsky with the pitch. Kramer swings on, comes up empty. 2-2. But, Tony, you raise a good point. There is a reasonable amount of space behind home plate here.
Sure.
If a pitch gets away from Lilly, there is an opportunity maybe.
Yeah, I wasn't really kind of looking at Kelly. I don't know what kind of speed he has. But like I said, when you look at the third baseman here, I mean, you've got between third base and the third baseman, you probably got a good 10 feet, maybe more than that. I mean, you got to get a lead as far as he's off, because you can get back.
Kramer is brushed aside by this one. Full count.
Kramer's thinking to himself, I probably should have worn that one.
Very close. He
did
a little half turn to avoid it. Full count. Here we go. Top of the seventh inning, 1-run game. Malinsky steps off the mound, and Kramer steps out of the batter's box, and he's going to talk to Coach Dennis Martin. Nick Groover, the head coach for the Albert Gallatin Colonials. Here's Malinsky coming set. Full count pitch on the way, and this one is going to miss. And Tony, Adam Kramer has drawn a walk. He is the go-ahead run.
And all of a sudden, the Uniontown Red Raiders with life. And Smiley 0 for 3 on the day, but he's looking to end this.
Lane Smiley, the sophomore outfielder and pitcher, left-handed bat. Pitch on the way. He takes a strike, and Kramer will advance to second unopposed. Huge opportunity here for Uniontown. Now, you have to imagine any sort of hit has a good chance of scoring 2. Pitch on the way. This one, I believe, Tony, the call there was down low. It looks like the scoreboard operator agrees, 1-1.
Yeah, it looked like it was just a bit outside.
Just a bit. Smiley will want a guard for that. Malinsky here working very quickly. Pitch on the way, and Smiley is going to drop this one right to Clay Smith. That's going to be
Valenti
playing the part of Clay Smith quite well. And he throws on to get the out at first base, and the Colonials hold on to win 4-3 here at Bailey Park against the Uniontown Red Raiders. The Red Raiders putting up 2 in the top of the 7th inning. For 20 years, Beagley Tree of Somerset has been providing premier land management services across the region, offering a wide array of services, including vegetation control, right-of-way restoration, land clearing, building demolition, erosion and sediment control, access road installation, and more. Beagley can do it all. For more information, visit BeagleyTree.com. That's BeagleyTree.com, or call them today at 814-444-TREE. Beagley Tree, construction support services done right. Tony, what a very exciting conclusion to that game. It was very tight the whole way, a little back and forth. The Colonials took advantage of some opportunities in the bottom of the 6th inning, and Uniontown did not blink. They came out swinging in the top of the 7th, and they were, quite honestly, very successful, delivered some big hits, got some runners on base, and were also very close to coming back and tying that game.
Well, very close, and I'll tell you what, you got to give Bartok a lot of respect. I'll tell you what, he pitched a nice game for Uniontown. On the other side for Valenti, he did a nice job as well. The bats came alive for Uniontown just a little too late, and really, you know what, a pretty good ball game played by both teams, and you hate to see Uniontown go down there, but they gave it a pretty good effort towards the end and had the tying run in scoring position, but just couldn't get it done.
So very close. We want to share a final word from one other sponsor. Do you have a job around the house that you just aren't sure how to tackle? Then it's time to call Fulham's Full Service, your best in Fayette County. Gold medal winner for professional maintenance and handyman. Fully licensed and insured. Owner Cody Fulham does it all, from home renovations and repairs to landscaping and auto detailing. He's ready to help you. Call Fulham's today at 724-466-4194 and follow them on Facebook to learn more about their projects and the work they can do for you. Tony, an exciting game here. Great effort for these Uniontown Red Raiders. Got to tip your cap, though, to the Albert Gallatin Colonials. That infield was really impressive all night long.
Extremely impressive. Great defense by the Colonials is right, and you got to give Smith a lot of credit. He played a fantastic second base and really did a nice job. And that last out, I mean, you had Valenti step right in and do the same thing there at second and preserve the win for himself as the winning pitcher. So pretty good played baseball game, and like I said, it was a good one to start us off here so far in the 2025 campaign.
Thank you for joining us tonight on WMBS Facebook. For Carl Childs, Tony Hanula, this is Joshua Scully. You'll hear us again in the very near future as baseball season continues. Have a great night.